spheres. Yet within this turbulence, an ancient light of wisdom offers guidance. The infinite wisdom of the Buddha Dhamma. A wisdom that reveals the fundamental truth. Nothing exists in isolation. All life is woven together in interdependence. This is Paticca Samuppada, dependent origination. In 2023, voices from across the globe gathered at the first Global Buddhist Summit, transforming philosophy into practice and dialogue into meaningful action. Now, building upon that shared journey, the International Buddhist Confederation, in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture, Government of India presents the second Global Buddhist Summit 2026 with the theme Collective Wisdom, United Voice and Mutual Coexistence. This summit is more than a gathering. It is a collective aspiration to transform reflection into action, to shape societies through peace and coexistence. A global gathering in New Delhi where diverse traditions, cultures and perspectives will come together as many in body, yet one in mind, with representatives from around 40 nations, bringing Buddha Dhamma wisdom across continents. This global gathering that will celebrate diversity without division and harmony without uniformity. The Global Buddhist Summit celebrates...
Please take your seats. Honorable Union Ministers are coming to this auditorium. So before that, I will request all of you to please take your seats, put your mobile phones on silent mode and clear the entrance, please.
Through this summit, cultural ties across the globe are strengthened, weaving shared history into modern cooperation. The summit also confronts the pressing challenges of our time: peace, environmental degradation, sustainability, health and social harmony, all viewed through the lens of ethical and spiritual wisdom.
भगवान बुद्ध ने कहा है, नहीं वेरेन वेरानी सम्मन्तिध उदाचन अवेरेन च सम्मन्ति एस धम्मो सनातनो.
And from this truth flows a greater aspiration, that the light of the Dhamma may guide us forward towards a destiny we share. Welcome to the second Global Buddhist Summit 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, our ministers Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji and Shri Kiran Rijiju. Please take your seats. I will request all of you please be seated. Namo Buddhaya, Tashe Delik. Namaste. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of International Buddhist Confederation, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, we extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished delegates, esteemed guests, and dignitaries. It's indeed an honor for us to welcome you in this second Global Buddhist Summit being held in New Delhi on 24th and 25th January 2026 with the theme Collective Wisdom, United Voice, and Mutual Coexistence. With this theme, we aim to further strengthen the role of Buddhist philosophy in nurturing societal harmony and promoting constructive international engagement. On such an occasion, Honorable Union Minister of Culture and Tourism, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, is gracing this inaugural session of the summit as chief guest. Please put your hands together to welcome Honorable Union Minister of Culture and Tourism, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji. We are also privileged to have amongst us Honorable Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Minority Affairs, Shri Kiran Rijiju, as guest of honor. I will request you to welcome Honorable Union Minister Shri Kiran Rijiju with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The Excellencies, distinguished scholars, diplomats, and practitioners of Buddhism from various countries are here to participate in this two-day summit, Global Buddhist Summit. Our heartfelt welcome to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset of this inaugural session, let me request the venerable monks from Theravada and Nalanda tradition for Mangalacharana.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Mahakaruniko nato hitaya sabbapaninang. Puretva parami sabbapatto sambodhimuttamang. Etena saccavajjena hotu te jaya mangalang. Jayanto bodhiyamule sakyanan nandivadyanom Evang tuyang jayo hotu jayasu jayamangalim Aparajita palanke sise potho vimukhaling Abhiseke sambuddhanang aggapato pamodati Sunakhatang sumanggalang supapadang suhutitang Sukhano sumuhoto cha suyiting brahmacharisu Padakhinang kaya kammang vaca kammang padakhinang Padakhinang mano kammang paniditi padakhinim Padakhinani katuana labante ta padakhinim Tiyathaladda sukhita virulla buddha sasane Aroga sukhita hota sahasa behinyatibim Bhavato sabba mangalang rakhanto sabba devata Sambha buddhanubhavena sada suti bhavantu te Bhavato sabba mangalang rakhanto sabba devata Sabba dhammanubhavena sada suti bhavantu te Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhanto sabba devata Sabba sanghanubhavena sada suti bhavantu te
The timeless wisdom of the Buddha Dhamma may always guide us through compassion, wisdom, and harmony, fostering peace, shared prosperity, and deeper human connection. May I now invite the Secretary General.
Anirodham anutpadam anuchedam ashashvatam anekartham nanartham nagamam nirgamam ya partitya samutpadam parapancho pashmam shivam deshyamasa sambudastam vande vadatam varam. Kangi Denjin Driver Junkapa Meba, Kemeba, Cheba Meba, Tameba, Home Meba, Domeba. Tade to mean Tunjing, Mintreba, Nishitimba, Zobe, Sangi Manamgi, Tambatella Chaselo. With paying homage to the great Buddha Shakyamuni in the words of great Master Nagarjuna. Now, first of all, I would like to express my deeply felt welcome to our chief guest, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, the Honorable Minister of Culture and Tourism Ministry in the Government of India. And secondly, I express my deeply felt welcome to Shri Kiren Rijiju ji, the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and the Minority Affairs at the Government of India. Beside that, I express my deeply felt welcome to the international Sangha leaders and international kind of officials from the government, from the various countries. You are all welcome to this very significant gathering of Second Global Buddhist Summit 2026. The theme is Collective Wisdom, United Voice, and Mutual Coexistence. I also welcome delegates from almost 40 plus countries that is gathering on this very special occasion in this hall to celebrate the Buddhism in this country, which is birthplace of Buddhism, birthplace of Buddha Dhamma. So I express welcome to all the other participants from different parts of our country. So in this gathering, we have selected very important and relative topics for the discussion, and I do hope our discussion will be rich and comprehensive, and that will definitely benefit the global community for achieve peace, tranquility, and happiness. With this, I would like to conclude my welcome speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, the Secretary General IBC, for your welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for a musical presentation of Karaniya Metta Sutta. Karaniya Metta Sutta, popularly known as Metta Sutta, is a significant discourse from the Pali Tipitaka in the text Sutta Nipata, providing a manual for cultivating boundless loving kindness and compassion for all beings. A renowned vocalist, composer, and musicologist, Dr. Aditi Sharma Garg, who is on stage, is going to present this Karaniya Metta Sutta. She is disciple of Guru Krishna Datta Sharma, her grandfather, and Nadayogi Pandit Sri Datta Sharma, her father. Thus, a professional Drupad vocalist hailing from a rich and illustrious music background, she has widely performed at various prestigious music festivals in India and abroad. Dr. Aditi Sharma Garg presenting Karaniya Metta Sutta.
नमो तस्स भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा सम्बुद्धस्स करणीयमत्थ कुशलेन करणीयमत्थ कुशलेन यन्तं सन्तं पदम् अभिसमिच्च सको उजूच सुजूच सको उजूच सुजूच सुवचोच समुदु अनतिमाने सन्तुस्सकोच सुभरोच सन्तुस्सकोच सुभरोच अपकेच्चोच सल्लहुकवुत्ति सन्तेन्द्रियोच निपकोच सन्तेन्द्रियोच निपकोच अपगभोकुलेषु अननुगिद्धो न च खुद्दं समाचरे किञ्चित् येन विन्युपरे उपवदेयो सुखिनो वा खेमिनो होन्तु सर्वे सत्ता भवन्तु सुखितत्ता सर्वे सत्ता भवन्तु सुखितत्ता सर्वे सत्ता भवन्तु सुखितत्ता ये केचिपाणभूतथि तसावा थावरावा अनवशेषा दीर्घावा ये महन्तावा मध्यमा रसका भूतावा संभवे शिवा सर्वे सत्ता भवन्तु सुखितत्ता सर्वे सत्ता भवन्तु सुखितत्ता सर्वे सत्ता भवन्तु सुखितत्ता न परो परं निकुब्बेथ न परो परं निकुब्बेथ नाति मय्येथ कथचि नं किञ्चित् ब्यारो सन पटे घसैया ब्यारो सन पटे घसैया नाय मय्यस दुःखमिच्छेय माता यथा नियं पुत्रं माता यथा नियं पुत्रं आयुषा एकपुत्रमनुरक्षे आयुषा एकपुत्रमनुरक्षे एवं पि सर्वभूतेषु एवं पि सर्वभूतेषु मानसं भावये अपरिमाणम् मित्तं च सर्वलोकस्मिन् मानसं भावये अपरिमाणो ऊर्ध्वो अधो च तिर्यं च ऊर्ध्वो अधो च तिर्यं च असंबाधम् अवेरम् असपत्तम् तिष्ठं चरं निसिन्नो वा सयानो यावतः विगतमिद्धम् एतं सत् अधिष्ठेय ब्रह्ममेतं विहार इधमाहु ब्रह्ममेतं विहार इधमाहु दिट्ठिं च अनुपगं शीलवादस्सनेन संपन्नो कामेषु विनेय गेधं नहि जातु गभसेयं पुनरेति नहि जातु गभसेयं पुनरेति इति करणीयमित्त सुत्त इति करणीयमित्त सुत्त संपन्न
We are grateful to Dr. Aditi Sharma Garg for this soulful rendition of Karaniyamitta Sutta. May I now request Shri Abhijit Halderji, Director General IBC, to escort the guest of honor, Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Minority Affairs, Shri Kiren Rijiju, to the stage, please. Honorable Shri Kiren Rijiju. On the stage, Honorable Union Minister will first offer flowers to Lord Buddha and seek his blessings. Now I will request Abhijit Halderji to felicitate the Honorable Union Minister and present him a memento on the stage. This is a statue of Lord Buddha. Now I will request Honorable Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Minority Affairs, Shri Kiren Rijiju, for his address, please.
Namo Buddhaya. Honorable Union Minister of Culture and Tourism, Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji. Most respected Sharche Khenzur Rinpoche, Jangchip Choten, the Secretary General of International Buddhist Confederation. His Excellency Dao Nu Mrazan, the Honorable Deputy Minister of Religious and Cultural Affairs, Government of Myanmar. His Excellency Mr. Zagambinov Ochir Vladimirovich, Deputy Head of the Government of the Republic of Kalmykia, Russia. His Excellency Mr. Maris Sangyam Phongsa, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kingdom of Thailand. Most Venerable Thich Duc Thien, Member of National Assembly of Vietnam and Vice President and Secretary General of Vietnam Buddhist Sangha. His Excellency Dr. Khi Sawantratna, Secretary of State, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Cambodia. Sri Chauna Min, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh. Sri Abhijit Haldar, Director General, IBC. All the venerable monks and nuns who are present here, all the excellencies, the representative of different missions based in India, the Buddhist scholars, and all Dhamma practitioners. I'm extremely delighted that this second Global Buddhist Summit is being organized once again in New Delhi under the guidance of the Ministry of Culture and organized by International Buddhist Confederation. When we had the first Global Buddhist Summit, we have seen very impressive participation from the global Buddhist community. And today, I'm equally delighted that such a high level of representation and also participation in this Global Buddhist Summit. And the theme is extremely relevant, the collective wisdom, united voice, and mutual coexistence. in this great occasion from my side, and Government of India is extremely fortunate to have such a wonderful gathering and to discuss on such critical concept. Today we are witnessing extremely challenging environment, and I feel as a Buddha Dhamma follower, we have a certain duty to contribute. Buddha Dharma is not only for individual peace, but it is for the global peace. So we have a huge responsibility to discharge our duty as a follower of Buddha Dharma. And when I say Buddha Dharma, I don't really mean those who call themselves Buddhist, because I feel that Buddha Dharma is universal. It is not those who proclaim to be Buddhist practitioner. Buddha Dharma is a universal concept where everybody can be Buddha Dharma follower. So whether you are traditional Buddhist or non-Buddhist, I don't differentiate between a Buddhist and non-Buddhist. I feel anybody who believes in the concept of universal peace and harmony is a Buddha Dharma follower. We are witnessing political difficulties all around the globe. There are so much of social unrest, environmental challenges, how to overcome. And if you see the Buddha Dharma guidance, which is through compassion, wisdom, and the harmony, the result will immediately be seen. I have personally felt that it is always collective wisdom which can meet all the challenges. The teaching of Lord Buddha, if you see closely, the principle of Patika Samuppada, the dependent origination, we all are dependent to each other. Nothing is in isolation. If I do something, it has a consequence, it has an effect. So that means I cannot proclaim that whatever I want to do, it is for myself. It has a consequence. So we are all interdependent. Today, if a country is adopting certain policy, it has a consequential effect on another country, all the countries surrounding. So what I believe, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi said in 2014 that if any global leader or any country aspire to dominate, aspire to become powerful nation, become a leader, he must follow Buddha's path. If you follow Buddha's path, then you will always spread positive things around. Otherwise, in the quest to acquire power, you are actually damaging the surroundings. Some of the global leaders in today's time, they talk about military power, economic power, authorities. But then it is, I think, of no use if you acquire authorities and powers by subjugating others, by causing pain to other people. So, if you follow Buddha's middle path, then you will become powerful. You may become more prosperous. But in the process, you will make others happy and others prosperous too. So it is so relevant in today's interdependent political concept that we must aspire to rise, but we must follow the concept that we rise together. Nothing is an isolation. So, not only through the Buddhist Sanghas, all the venerable, the Buddhist Sanghas, they teach us, they guide us. They show us the path, how to follow Buddha's path. But beyond that, we also have our individual responsibilities through dialogue, ethical engagement, and mutual support to each other. So that is why I have quoted the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi, when he said, India also aspired to become very prosperous, a very powerful nation. But that doesn't mean that we rise in isolation. If we remember the history when the Buddhism spread beyond India, it did not conquer through guns and swords and violence. Buddha sent a message, and all the Buddha's followers, right from Ashoka the Great, when the Buddha's message was sent across the different parts of the world, it was through peace, love, compassion. So the Buddha Dhamma doesn't conquer by force. It conquers by love. So I don't really discriminate or differentiate between Buddhists and non-Buddhists. In a strict sense, Buddha Dhamma is a perfect way of life. Ever since, from childhood, I have listened to great dharmas like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, many dharma gurus. I feel that Buddha Dhamma is not about only those who follow Buddhism or those who say they are Buddhists. It's for everybody. So there is complete inclusivity in the approach. There is no place in Buddhist place of worship or anything which excludes other people. Everybody is welcome. It's very embracing. Many times I learned from the Buddha Dharma gurus, almost whether it's Mahayana or Theravada, Mahayana, Hinayan, Theravada, Vajrayan, the whole concept, I feel there is a strong convergence on it. In the 2 days, this conference, we will get to listen to great ideas and thoughts of different scholars, and mainly from the Sangha leaders. So I will not throw much light on what I think, but I am here actually to listen to the much more experienced, learned, and much more authorized people to speak on Buddha Dhamma. I just want to tell a few words to my fellow Indians. हम लोग तो भारत के लोग हैं, भारत वर्ष के लोग हैं. यहाँ इस बुद्ध धर्म का ग्लोबल समिट देश विदेश से लोग आए हैं. हमारे कई जिम्मेदारियां हैं. सबसे बड़ा जिम्मेदारी मैं मानता हूं कि हम लोग उस भूमि से हैं जहाँ से बुद्ध धर्म का जन्म हुआ और यहाँ से विश्व भर में बुद्ध धर्म फैलाया गया है. तो इस भारत भूमि का नागरिक होने के नाते हमारा विशेष दायित्व है. कभी कभी हम खुद ही नहीं समझते हैं कि हम कितना पवित्र धरती में जन्मे हैं. लोग इस धरती को चूमने के लिए आते हैं। मैंने कई लाखों लोगों से, विदेश में जो बौद्ध है या बुद्ध धर्म को जो मानते हैं या उसको सम्मान देते हैं, उन लोगों से मैंने सुना है कि जीवन काल में भारतवर्ष एक बार जाना है और उस धरती को चूमना है जिस धरती ने बुद्ध धर्म को जन्म दिया है। और हम लोग अपने जिम्मेदारी को कितने तो हम लोगों ने संभाला है। बुद्ध का धरती में बुद्ध का ज्ञान और बुद्ध का संदेश को हमने कितना फैलाने का काम किया है। भारतवर्ष में जहाँ जहाँ बुद्ध धर्म का चिन्ह है, बोध गया से लेकर के सारनाथ, कुशीनगर से लेकर के जितने भी देश भर में बुद्ध धर्म का चिन्ह है, वहाँ पर हमने किस तरीके से विश्व के लोगों को आने के लिए और महसूस करने के लिए अपने तरीके से हमने कार्य किए हैं, ये सोचना होगा। 2014 से पहले अपने तरीके से हम लोग बुद्ध जयंती, वैशाख बुद्ध पूर्णिमा मनाते हैं। भारत सरकार की ओर से कोई इस तरह का कार्यक्रम तक नहीं बनाया था। पहले बार प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोगों ने बुद्ध जयंती, बुद्ध पूर्णिमा को मनाने का एक सामूहिक भारत सरकार के नेतृत्व में शुरू किया। इसलिए मैं आज इंटरनेशनल बुद्धिस्ट कॉन्फेडरेशन को तारीफ करना चाहता हूँ कि बहुत अच्छी तरीके से आईबीसी का देख रेख में कई कार्यक्रम 2014 के बाद शुरू किए। आज कल्चर मिनिस्टर गजेंद्र शेखावत जी यहाँ है। इनके नेतृत्व में पिछले 1 साल 1.5 साल में मैंने जो देखा है, वो खुद आईबीसी का साथ बैठ करके बुद्ध धर्म का लेकर के जो कार्यक्रम की रचनाएं की हैं, उससे मैं मानता हूँ कि जो भारतीय होने के नाते जो हमको करना चाहिए था, हजारों वर्षों से हमको करते रहना चाहिए था, मुझे लगता है कहीं छूट गए हैं, वो शुरुआत हुई है। और आईबीसी ने अपना जिम्मेदारी को बहुत अच्छी तरह से संभाले हैं। आईबीसी के सेक्रेटरी जनरल, डीजी और पूरा टीम को मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। अभी जो मुझे लगता है आप लोगों के पास कार्यक्रम में भी है, जो पेपरवा का बुद्धा रेलिक्स को यहाँ जो एक्सपोजिशन के लिए रखा है, एग्जीबिशन करके बहुत खूबसूरत रखा है। हमारे विदेश के मेहमानों को शायद ले जाने वाले हैं, बहुत खूबसूरत से दर्शाया है। वो जब हम देखते हैं तो हम वो सफ़र, हजारों वर्षों से जो हमने सफ़र किए हैं, उसका झलक वहाँ दिखाई देता है। फिर हम महसूस करते हैं कि हम कितना धन्य लोग हैं कि हम इस धरती में पैदा हुए हैं। इसलिए एक भारतीय होने के नाते जब इस तरह का बैठक होते हैं तो देश विदेश से लोग बुद्ध धर्म को समर्पित भाव के साथ भारत देश आता है, तो हमारा विशेष दायित्व बनता है कि इनका देखभाल तो करना ही है, लेकिन इनके मन में बुद्ध धर्म को लेकर के जो आस्था है उसको और आगे ले जाना में और फैलाने में हम एक भारतीय होने के नाते हमको क्या करना चाहिए, उसका जिम्मेदारी को समझना पड़ेगा। और आज ये ग्लोबल समिट हुए हैं, इस तरीके के और भी कई कार्यक्रम हमने देखा है। कई वर्षों पहले जो नहीं दिखाई देता, आप हमने देखा है। यहाँ बुद्ध का जो अवशेष लेकर के विदेश जाने का कार्यक्रम पिछले कुछ सालों में जो बहुत अच्छी तरह से योजनाएं की है, उसका प्रभाव मैंने देखा है। मैं खुद मंगोलिया गया, अभी भूटान जाके आया, मैं वियतनाम में देखा है। हजारों किलोमीटर सड़कों पर लोग लेट जाते हैं इसका दर्शन करने के लिए। पवित्र बुद्ध अवशेषों का दर्शन करने के लिए लोग पूरा जमीन पे लेट जाते हैं, पूरा आस्था के प्रति पूरा समावी हो जाते हैं। और वो जब देखता है तो हम उस धरती से आए हैं, तो हमारी जिम्मेदारियां कई गुना बढ़ जाते हैं। इसलिए भारत के अंदर में जितने भी लोग हैं, विशेष करके जो हमारा भिक्षुगण है, जितना भी हमारे बुद्ध धर्म का रक्षक है, उनके साथ तालमेल करके हमको कई काम आगे करना है। आज के पवित्र दिवस पर जैसे मैंने कहा, मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा कहने का नहीं है, लेकिन बहुत मन में इशू है, लेकिन इतना लंबा मुझे अपना विचार को यहाँ रखने का मैं औचित नहीं मानता हूँ, क्योंकि हमको सुनने का है। और rightly said, the ancient wisdom must be rightly said. The ancient wisdom must be merged with the science, which is practical in our way of life. How to do it? It can be done in such gathering. When you have a special session, you can think about it, you can talk about it, and also bring all the different methodology which we have adopted into one form. It is a huge task, but we have to do it. And then the whole global community, we must come together. Whether you are Buddhist or non-Buddhist, we have to come together. The world is heading towards huge conflict, challenges. I think the best solution is to come together with this collective vision and the idea which is given here, united voice, and also the mutual coexistence. We have to coexist. We cannot live in isolation. And that is what Lord Buddha has told us, that we have to coexist harmoniously, spread love and compassion. That is the teaching of Lord Buddha. And in the Global Buddhist Summit, the greatest message will be the teachings of Lord Buddha is ever more relevant today than what it has been in the past. So that is the purpose for which we have gathered here. And I'm thankful to the IBC for inviting me to share this inaugural session. And I may not be taking part in all the technical important sessions, but I will definitely go through all the recommendations and also find out what those valuable discussions and ideas which you would be sharing in the sessions. Thank you so much. Namo Buddhaya.
We are grateful to Honorable Shekir Ndejiju for gracing the occasion as well as for his inspiring words. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, for this Global Buddhist Summit, we have with us a cultural group from Ladakh who are going to present a folk dance before you. Ladakh State Cultural Group is going to perform a Ladakhi traditional dance, Shondol, which has been recorded in the Guinness Book of World Records. So let's feel the vibrancy of Ladakhi culture through this dance. We are thankful to the members of the Ladakh Cultural Group for performing Ladakhi traditional dance, Shondol, ladies and gentlemen. May I now request our Secretary General Shatsek Hensur Rinpoche Jangchup Choiden to escort the Honorable Chief Guest, Union Minister of Culture and Tourism, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat Ji, to the stage. Honorable Union Minister of Culture and Tourism will first offer flowers to Lord Buddha and will seek his blessings. Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat Ji, Honorable Union Minister of Culture and Tourism. I will request our Secretary General to present a memento to the chief guest of this inaugural session, Honorable Union Minister, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat Ji. This memento is a logo of this second Global Buddhist Summit, ladies and gentlemen. So please put your hands together to express our gratitude to Honorable Union Minister for his presence, his guidance and his support. And may I now request Honorable Union Minister of Culture and Tourism, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat Ji, for his address, please.
Most venerable members of the Sangha from all across the world present here today in this sacred Dhamma gathering. My esteemed colleague, Honorable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs and Ministry of Minority Affairs, Shri Kiren Rijiju, Honorable Secretary General of the International Buddhist Confederation, Sase Kenzur Rinpoche Ji, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, Shri Chauna Minji, Senior Representatives and Excellencies of the governments of Myanmar, Vietnam, Thailand, Kalmakia, and Cambodia, esteemed members of the diplomatic community, erudite Buddhist scholars, dedicated Dhamma practitioners, members of the media, all distinguished participants who have traveled from across the world to deliberate upon the theme collective wisdom, united voice, and mutual coexistence, the very essence of the Buddha Dhamma. Friends, I am reminded that the conclusion of the first Global Buddhist Summit held in April 2023, the New Delhi Declaration affirmed a timeless truth that members of the Sangha, Buddhist leaders, scholars, and institutions can play a decisive role in addressing the multi-layered crisis facing our world today. I am gratified the continuation of this summit had translated that vision into sustained action. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past few years, under the active leadership of the Ministry of Culture, under guidance of Prime Minister Modi ji, and in partnership with IBC and our diplomatic missions, India has organized international expositions of the sacred relics of Lord Buddha in Thailand, in Vietnam, and recently in Russia and Bhutan. These efforts reaffirm India's role as a custodian of shared Buddhist heritage and as a bridge between ancient wisdom and modern global dialogue. Friends, collective wisdom is interdependence as ethics. The Buddha taught us through Pattika Sampada that all phenomena arise in interdependence. This is not abstraction, it is instruction for living. It tells us that personal well-being and collective welfare are inseparable. When this truth guides public life, policy becomes humane, development becomes inclusive, and sustainability becomes moral duty. Respected delegates, the Noble Eightfold Path offers not only personal guidance, but social direction. Right speech, that is Samma Vacha, is especially relevant today in an age of misinformation and digital polarization. Truthful, compassionate, and responsible speech is moral leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Sharaniya Sutta, the Lord Buddha speaks of 6 qualities that make societies harmonious. These values, physical harmony, verbal harmony, mental harmony, shared ethical conduct, tolerance, and integration, remain the foundation of peaceful coexistence in any civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, India's connection with Buddhism is not confined to history, as mentioned by Honorable Kiran Rijijuji. It is living, it is breathing, and continuing. The repatriation of the sacred Piparvaha relics after 127 years is an act of civilizational responsibility. As our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has said, for India, the sacred relics of Bhagwan Buddha are not artifacts, but living symbols of our civilization. We have created a beautiful exhibition, and I would like to urge upon all of you, please do carve out time and visit to pay your reverence to the relics united after 227 years. Friends, India today is also committed to preserving the intellectual heritage of Asia, not only in stone and relic, but in text and traditions. Under the Jnana Bharata National Mission, the government of India is undertaking one of the world's largest initiatives for the digitization of ancient manuscripts, Buddhist texts in Pali, Prakrit, Sanskrit, Tibetan, and other classical languages, preserved on the palm leaves, birch barks, and fragile handmade papers, are being digitally conserved to ensure that the wisdom of the Buddha remains accessible to future generations. This is Dhamma preservation through technology, tradition empowered by innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, Prakrit is a classical language, and it's a classical voice of compassion. The language in which many early Buddhist teachings were communicated to the masses have now been accorded the status of classical languages of India under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. This recognition honors a linguistic tradition that carried the masses of compassion, ethical conduct, and accessibility. From monastic centers to common households, I reaffirm our belief that languages of wisdom must be preserved, studied, and celebrated. Friends, the teachings of Buddha are not memories of the past. They are roots for our present and compass for our future. May this summit become a movement of action, dialogue, and compassion. May our collective wisdom find a united voice, and may that voice guide the world towards peaceful coexistence. Because in today's geopolitical turbulent world, where tensions are arising around the boundaries, across the boundaries, and beyond the boundaries, where out of the greed and exploitation, the nature is turning into the climate threat and knocking our doors, the families are dividing and fragmenting, that peace is lost in the minds of the people, the teachings of Lord Buddha is even more relevant, as said by Kiran Rijijuji, than the time when he delivered this to the world. With these words, I express my gratitudes and welcome you all to India for this International Buddhist, Global Buddhist Summit organized by International Buddhist Confederation and Ministry of Culture for the second time. I thank all of you. Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you very much, sir. Your presence, your support, and your guidance always gives us strength and direction. Ladies and gentlemen, with the address of our chief guest today, we conclude the inaugural session of the second Global Buddhist Summit. We express our deep gratitude to our chief guest, Honorable Union Minister of Culture and Tourism, our guest of honor, Honorable Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Minority Affairs, Sheikh Kiran Rijijuji, and other dignitaries for their gracious presence. I will request all of you to please put your hands together to express for our VIP guests, only for our VIP guests. Others will remain seated here, and ministers, honorable ministers, diplomats, and bureaucrats will proceed to the room number 19 at level 1 for networking. Only honorable ministers, diplomats,
Buddham saranam gacchami, dhammam saranam gacchami, sangham saranam gacchami.
कुशक बकुला रिम्पोचे एयरपोर्ट पे आपका स्वागत है।
This is the Spituk Monastery in the Himalayan mountains of Ladakh in India. It stands nearly 11,000 feet above sea level next to the airport of Leh, the capital of Ladakh. There is one thing common between the airport and the monastery. One man, one story.
Guests and media representatives are requested to remain seated for our upcoming session.
रिम्पोचे का जिंदगी भर अपने के लिए तो पूरा त्याग दिया है, बिल्कुल लोगों की सेवा में लग के.
He was very futuristic and visionary.
आज लद्दाख के जो बौद्ध धर्म के अनुयायियों में आप देख सकते हैं, उसमें साक्या है, गेलुक है, कग्युट है, निंगमा है, चारों संप्रदाय आपको यहाँ पर मिलने को मिलेगा. तो ये अपने आप में एक खूबसूरती है. ये मैं समझता हूँ रिम्पोचे जी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान.
The story is spread across 50 years and 2 countries. It involves a man who was also a monk, a politician, and one of the most successful diplomats in India's history.
Many of Mongolian people with Bakula Rinpoche now.
Bakula Rinpoche has got his own legacy and most respectable person for Mongolians.
He built many monasteries and temples across the country. We deeply respect his teachings.
When Bakula Rinpoche left his body, I handled his cremation and created a silver stupa for him.
It is a story that began in these mountains with the birth of a prince in a palace.
हमारे सामने जो है माथो गांव जो है इंडस के इस तरफ का गांव जो है, जहाँ पे 19th कुशोक बकुला रिम्पोचे जी ने जो जन्म लिया वो ये गांव है. और ये पीछे जो है माथो पैलेस जो महाराजा का घर थे, जो वहाँ पे कुशोक बकुला रिम्पोचे जी ने जो जन्म लिया, लद्दाख के कोई भी बाशिंदा जिस समुदाय से ताल्लुक रखते हो, जिस धर्म से रखते हो, जिस समाज से रखते हो, सभी लोग जो है रिम्पोचे बाकुला जी के नाम से वो जुट जाते हैं और रिम्पोचे बाकुला जी के नाम लेने में भी गर्व महसूस करते हैं।
Kushok Bakula Rinpoche was the great-great-great-grandson of the last king of Ladakh. In the traditions of Buddhism, he was recognized as the 19th Arhat Bakula, one of the 16 original disciples of the Buddha. Sent to study at the great Buddhist schools of Tibet, where he was a star pupil.
He would have studied and taken some responsibilities, and if he had done that, then he would go in the hierarchy of becoming the Ganden Chipa, which is the supreme head of the Gelugpa tradition of Buddhism, which is a very high position. Not many people in India, outside Ladakh, know Rinpoche as well as they should be, because he was just not simply the leader of Ladakh, but he was also a person of national importance, and his contribution to the nation, in fact to the world, is not highlighted properly.
This is Sonam Wangchuk. For 30 years he was the personal assistant and confidant of Kushok Bakula Rinpoche. Today, he is the caretaker of the legacy of Kushok Bakula and the most important narrator of the Kushok Bakula story.
Ladakis always, he would, wherever he go, two things: education, Indian first and Indian last. This sense of nationalism which he instilled in the people of Ladakh, I think, was his greatest contribution to India.
This patriotism was first tested in 1947. That year, soon after the independence of British India and the division of the country into the independent states of India and Pakistan, Pakistan launched an attack on the Indian region of Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh. The war that followed changed the story of Kushok Bakula.
He is a monk, but he literally gave a call to the youth of Ladakh to come and fight back these people, and he organized resistance.
उस समय हम लोग लद्दाख छोड़ के भागने के लिए तैयारी कर रहे थे। हम लोग भी सब घर से निकल चुके थे, तो जब जैस का आवाज़ आया तो सब लोग दौड़ के एयरपोर्ट चला गया देखने के लिए। तो पहले बार उस समय
just all the monks and nuns on the stage, please proceed for the lunch and clear the stage. So please, we can have photographs later on, but we have to prepare the stage for the next session. So I will request all of you to please clear the stage. Please proceed for the lunch.
Spituk Monastery.
Army said, this is the place we need to build our airport. Rinpoche said, take it. He gave it away. There was, people like resistance in his monastery. Rinpoche, what are you doing, giving away our land to this? And he said, no, nothing doing. It must be given. And so he gave away.
Karan Singh and his family were the former princely rulers of Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh. He says the war was a definitive moment which created the need for leadership in Ladakh, and Kushok Bakula emerged to represent the dreams and aspirations of what was at that time one of the remotest parts of India.
Kushok Sahib was the main leader at that time. He was the one who received us, and he was the one who made all the speech. So he had already at that time emerged as the predominant leader in Ladakh.
The 92-year-old Lama Lobsang saw Kushok Bakula in those years. He says that people from across Ladakh were drawn to the monk as their guru, both spiritual and political.
कुशोक बकुला जी तो हम सब के गुरु है, हमारा तो गुरु है ही है, पूरे लद्दाख का गुरु है। ये सारा लद्दाख को तो बिल्कुल एक तरह से जगाया ना उन्होंने, सोया हुआ था, बिल्कुल लद्दाख सोया हुआ था, वो जगह था। उन कुशोक बकुला की सिवा और कोई तो था नहीं। पंडित जी ने लोगों से पूछा कि तुम लोग को लीडर किसको चाहिए, क्या चाहिए, तो सब कुशोक बकुला जी के हम कुशोक बकुला जी को तुम्हारा लीडर बनाना चाहता है, तुम्हें मधुर है, तब सब चिल्ला कि भाई हाँ जरूर है, ठीक है।
The political leadership of independent India took notice. India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru zeroed in on Kushok Bakula to represent Ladakh.
He was never interested, he had no idea of politics, joining politics, but then fate was, just a kunda.
He took lay Muslims, Kargil, all together, and then he was the first MLA, member of, Legislative Assembly of then JNK,
The young leader rallied his people, traveling on horseback to the remotest parts of Ladakh, bringing unity and integrating a vast, sparsely populated region through his sheer physical presence.
उसी समय में हमारा लद्दाख में इतना लोगों को तकलीफ थे, ना रोड थे, ना लोगों को खान पान का इतना गरीब थे, लोगों को पहनने के कपड़ा तक नहीं थे। रिम्पोचे दिन रात घोड़े पर चलाते, याक पर चलाते, लोगों को उस सिस्टम पे तो कागज भी नहीं थे ना, वो लकड़ी का तख्ता दे के, वो पेंसिल वगैरह दे के बच्चों को सिखाए थे। तो रिम्पोचे की कृपा से अभी तो लद्दाख में आप जानते हैं 100% एजुकेटेड है, पूरा रिम्पोचे की कृपा से हुआ था।
He took a group of students from Ladakh to Delhi to get education, and in these days we are having leaders and educated, whatever you may call it, scholars and all.
Of the Buddhist community in Ladakh is the only factor which guarantees to it the possession of this important frontier. To save the frontier, India must save the Buddhists of Ladakh. And to save the Buddhists of Ladakh, it must take over the administrative control of the district without the loss of a moment.
He didn't like Kashmiri domination and therefore wanted autonomy for Ladakh. Actually, they wanted union territory.
Long before anyone else, Kushok Bakula Rinpoche demanded the union of Ladakh with the rest of India without any special qualifications, and for the region to be directly governed as part of India rather than as part of Jammu and Kashmir.
जम्मू कश्मीर समेत लद्दाख भारत के साथ जब विलय हुआ, तब से जो है लद्दाख वालों के मन में एक शंका ये बैठा, हम खुश थे भारत के साथ विलय हुआ, लेकिन इस बात के डाउट थे कब तक हम कश्मीर के साथ जोड़ के रखेंगे, और कश्मीर के जो डिस्टर्बेंस माहौल से जो निर्णय निकाल के आएगा वो निर्णय कहीं लद्दाख पे थपकाया तो नहीं जाएगा। फाइनली यही डिमांड किया, लद्दाख को एक केंद्र शासित प्रदेश अलग से बनाया जाए। ये 1950s से डिमांड राइज किया।
All his life he has been talking about the security of Ladakh, because that is also security of India. Yes. To have a strong presence of Indianness in Ladakh is how you safeguard your borders. Army can't do everything. You have to have the presence of the local. No Article 370, no special status. This is his speech in Parliament.
This dream of Kushok Bakula Rinpoche would take more than 50 years to be fulfilled.
मैं मानता हूं कि जम्मू कश्मीर में एक लंबे रक्तपात भरे युग का अंत धारा 370 के समाप्त होने से हुआ।
अब आर्टिकल 370 और 35A बीते हुए इतिहास की बात हो जाने के बाद उसके नकारात्मक प्रभावों से भी जम्मू कश्मीर और लद्दाख जल्द बाहर निकलेगा, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है।
शांति प्रिय लोग यहाँ रहते हैं, कम्युनल हार्मोनी के लोग यहाँ रहते हैं, कोएग्जिस्टेंस सोसाइटी रहते हैं। और ये यूनिक जो है आपको दुनिया के बहुत कम जगहों पे देखने को मिलेगा। उसमें जो है टॉप लीडिंग पे लद्दाख का सोसाइटी है।
So he told the speaker, who was Mr. Sadiq, I want to speak on the budget discussion, without saying he's happy or not. And he said, yeah, why not, you speak. And they fixed the date and the time. Then he said to him, my condition is that I don't speak other than Ladakhi. So I will speak in Ladakhi. I will give you the English translation, and it must be read out after I speak. Okay, done. When he was speaking, he was a, like not leaders aggressive. He was very calmly and speak his mind, clear words, and not show his emotions like that. So he was speaking his way, and in between he says, Janab Sheikh Abdullah. Janab Sheikh, that is how he used to be addressed. Sometimes he says Sher Kashmir Sheikh Abdullah. And the members of the treasury bench will, like thump their desk, hoping that he's talking about, appreciating or praising their leader, because he's from the same party. Nobody expected him to say what he said.
For nearly 2 decades, Kushok Bakula remained unopposed and revered, the key political voice of Ladakh, with unlimited access to Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, and seen and heard everywhere as the voice of Ladakh, loved by every constituency and all peoples of Ladakh.
On the left and right side always used to be Muslims, There were many Muslim leaders, like from my community, Sheikh Jamaluddin, Ghulam Rasul Betong, they used to be his right hand and left side leaders. So he was very futuristic, visionary.
When the young Dalai Lama fled Tibet with his followers in India, Kushok Bakula Rinpoche helped the young Dalai Lama and his followers find a new home for the Tibetan community in exile in India. Even though he was a monk and remained one throughout his life, Kushok Bakula's sense of the world was acute. In the late 1950s, he warned Jawaharlal Nehru that to trust China after the annexation of Tibet would be foolish. But Nehru did not listen. In 1962, India lost a critical war to China.
Rinpoche told him that it will be the beginning of our trouble, because not only China will occupy Tibet and destroy, and our buffer zone between India and China will be gone. Next will be Ladakh, next will be Arunachal Pradesh, and there will be no end to it. So be ready, and I very strongly want to tell you that you act now, save Tibet, save Ladakh. If not, it will be danger for India.
Kushok Bakula Rinpoche had spent his early years as a student monk, achieving the highest honors in the centers of Buddhist learning in Tibet. He understood what destruction communism brought to traditional societies. So for years, as a Buddhist monk and an Indian politician, he built deep connections of worship and reverence inside the Soviet Union and its affiliate countries, including Mongolia. It was in Mongolia that Kushok Bakula would have perhaps his greatest impact.
Many of Mongolian people was Bakula Rinpoche's name.
Hello, 1 2 check. Hello.
Buddhism came from India via Tibet, so we think that India is very close to Mongolia. Geographically, of course, it is very distant, but spiritually and culture-wise, it is very close. So it was very wise decision by the Indian government in late 80s to appoint him as the Indian ambassador to Mongolia.
For 10 years between 1990 and 2000, Kushok Bakula Rinpoche was India's ambassador in Mongolia. It was a diplomatic stint like no other.
Kushok Bakula Rinpoche was an iconic Buddhist teacher who, through his sheer spiritual knowledge, through the manner of his preaching, was able to win hearts of the Mongolian people.
When I think about Kushok Bakula Rinpoche, he reminds me, or I start thinking that maybe Mahatma Gandhi was like him. Because I read a lot about Mahatma Gandhi. I had sort of visionary image of Mahatma Gandhi. And when I was meeting with Kushok Bakula Rinpoche, I was always thinking that maybe Mahatma Gandhi was like him. He was a good model of a real Buddhist monk, of good ambassador, of good envoy of whole of India, of Indian people to Mongolia. So all these things combined helped us to love him, respect him, and with this love and respect, he was able to conquer the hearts of the Mongolians. And that helped a lot in the revival of Buddhism.
Long before Kushok Bakula arrived in Mongolia, a legend had echoed across the vast landlocked nation.
In Mongolia, there was this prophecy that would say that, when Buddhism was at its peak at that time.
Within weeks of Kushok Bakula landing in Ulaanbaatar in 1990, the Iron Curtain started to fall. The Soviet Union started to collapse as Mikhail Gorbachev introduced glasnost and perestroika. Within 2 years, the Soviet forces withdrew from Mongolia after 70 long years. And the Buddhist chants rose across the nation.
Bakula Rinpoche has got his own legacy, and most respectable person for Mongolians for his great activities surrounding Buddhism. Bakula Rinpoche contributed to bring Buddhism to the Mongolians, who were separated from Buddhism thoughts during the 70 years of communism. He was the Indian ambassador to Mongolia from 1990 to 2000. He contributed to the capacity building for Mongolian youth to learn Buddhism.
During the long communist rule, Buddhist practices had been attacked and devastated across Mongolia. Hundreds of monasteries had been broken down, thousands of monks butchered. Their mass graves were discovered with bullet-ridden skulls after the communist regime was dislodged. To soothe the soul of a nation.
Buddha Day, after so many years of the day being forgotten and completely forgotten, it was done on the stadium in this children's park, and it was hugely attended by thousands of people. And now the Mongolian Parliament has passed a special resolution saying that Buddha Day is a very important day in the life of Mongolians, and this is day off for all Mongols.
At that time, the Mongolia was just developing. He helped in establishing the Rajiv Gandhi School of Production and Art in Ulaanbaatar. His suggestions were implemented in Mongolia very precisely.
It is extremely rare for a diplomat to be posted to one country for 10 long years. The average stint is around 3 years. But even though different political parties took charge of governance in India for a decade, every party in power chose to keep Kushok Bakula as the ambassador in Mongolia. It was Kushok Bakula who first brought the relics of the Buddha from India to Mongolia in 1993, which was the most important spiritual event in the country's history after the fall of communist rule. Kushok Bakula was no ordinary diplomat. He was a Buddhist master like none that Mongolia had ever seen. He was Elchin Baksh, as the Mongolians called him, the ambassador teacher.
It stayed here in 1 month. It made a lot of people believe that this is possible, to be Buddha, to reach this liberation. And I remember one person, a lady came up to my room in my office and said to me that my father, who was ill for many years and he couldn't stand up and he was lying in his bed for many years, he heard that Buddha is coming, and so he decided to come here. Now he is better. Now he can stand up from his bed. So Buddha relics also helped in this way people, ordinary people who were ill. So I can say that this kind of miracles also happened. So Bakula Rinpoche was also a part of this miracle.
Some contributions could be measured in terms of numbers. It's like an intangible support that he has brought in India-Mongolia relation. And that foundation has now flourished into a much stronger and thriving bilateral economic relationship.
So important is the legacy of Kushok Bakula in Mongolia and to the Indian embassy in Mongolia that Ambassador Singh has kept the room used by Kushok Bakula at the embassy untouched since the Rinpoche left. It is now used as a multi-faith prayer room.
I now have the privilege to bring you to the very room which was used by Kushok Bakula Rinpoche while he was here as ambassador teacher. And I have not used it as an office as a mark of respect to him, but tried to keep it as a prayer room. So this prayer room is a unique prayer room. Of course, it has our own scriptures of Guru Granth Sahib Ji. In addition, I have the Thankas and Dhammapada and Quran and Bible. Everything is in this room.
Bakula Rinpoche at that time and his spiritual guidance to many Mongols helped to overcome this difficult time for Mongolians.
Mongolia and Russia had seen the downfall of Buddhism at some point of time. It was Kushok Bakula Rinpoche, during his stay in those countries, had restored and developed Buddha Dhamma in those countries, bridging the friendship between the original land of Buddha, India, and Mongolia and Russia. That's how he played a very important role to connect and build friendship between India and those countries.
This is the Gandhan monastery. It is more than 130 years old. It is one of the few Buddhist monasteries that survived communist rule. Today it is at the heart of the spiritual and cultural life of Buddhist Mongolia.
To peace, and we went together to the countryside of Mongolia for the relief of the people.
So intense was the cause of reviving Buddhism in Mongolia for Kushok Bakula Rinpoche that this monk and Indian ambassador used all his earnings in Mongolia to give back to the country something it deeply yearned for, a new Buddhist monastery. A branch of his beloved Pituk monastery was built at the center of Ulaanbaatar.
People would ask and seek his guidance about how to set up a monastery, how to enroll monks and ordain them. So he would explain, but that explanation was not sufficient. And so he decided, maybe one way is to set up a monastery in Ulaanbaatar where people can come and see and then experience. So he took it up with the government of Mongolia, and they happily said, please go ahead and choose any land you want and we give it to you. So he chose this particular spot. Peitup, which means exemplary or a model. This is the doors of the temples were open and had come from Mongolia. So it had come from Mongolia. So it was in an effort to reconstruct Buddhism in Mongolia. He did this.
Movement in my vision. Gradually, there was no problem with my vision. Now I work in telecom department as a technician and a devotee of my guru Bakula Rinpoche.
Wherever he went in Mongolia, Kushok Bakula brought a sense of spiritual resurrection, solace for countless souls. Crowds gathered to see him everywhere. Babies were brought to be blessed by him.
Bakula Rinpoche always supported Mongolian philosophy and spiritual beliefs of the people. During 90s, the territory of Mongolia was divided into 18 provinces. It was an emergency situation. People were very angry with the government leaders, and the socialists were protesting in the country. At that time, Rinpoche used to meet those protesters and always preached peace and non-violence. It was a very important point and lead to democracy in Mongolia. I became a nun at this monastery and practicing astrology for the last 10 years. Bakula Rinpoche was the first Buddhist teacher to Mongolian people. He taught Buddhist practices and rituals to young Mongolian monks. He built many monasteries and temples across the country. We deeply respect his teachings.
If men are known by the company they keep, monks must be known for their disciples. Two men might be considered the heirs to the legacy of Kushok Bakula in Mongolia. They are two of the country's most famous spiritual names. One is an artist and a monk, and the other a famous Vipassana meditation teacher. In the high hills of Aglak, around 100 kilometers from Ulaanbaatar, Lama Purvat has created the most important modern Buddhist shrine in Mongolia, as much a work of great art as it is a place of worship.
In our ancient book of wisdom it was written many years ago that someone from the south would come for the revival of Mongolian Buddhism. In the 1990s, Bakula Rinpoche came to Mongolia, and we held him in high regard. He played a key role in the revitalization of traditional Mongolian Buddhism, and his activities and accomplishments demonstrated his commitment to its thriving. We are grateful for his work.
With support and assistance from Kushok Bakula in India, the young Lama Purvat learned the delicate art of Thangka painting. Today he is one of Mongolia's greatest artistic treasures. His hilltop shrine dotted with white Buddhas under majestic trees, a reminder of his guru and the peace he brought to the once troubled land.
I am a professional artist and had a close relationship with Bakula Rinpoche, who sent me to India for further studies. This opportunity paved the way for my future career. Rinpoche established the Buddha Monastery, and upon his passing, I had the honor of handling his cremation and creating a silver stupa in his memory.
Like Lama Purvat, Shirindev Dolig was one of the discoveries of Kushok Bakula. A young student who Kushok Bakula helped travel to India more than 2 decades ago. He has become the most influential meditation teacher in Mongolia.
And then after 3 months, the answer came from ICCR so that I could go and study in India. I was the first student from Mongolia to join Indian universities, and then 1 monk from Gandan we were sent. And Bakula Rinpoche said, "You are the lucky one." And then studying in the Banaras University, I heard this story about Naiden Bakula, but I want to prove that somewhere in the Gangur there must be proof about Bakula 1916, about 16 Barkhan's story. But then I found one sutra which called 19 Juduk, where it describes the role of Bakula Rinpoche, what Buddha have given him some mission so that he could help the Dhamma, wherever there is Dhamma rises, he must go and help them to establish their Dhamma. So then I was so happy that I met the right person, the Dhamma person who Buddha sent to Mongolia.
Even today, the words, the deeds and the love of Kushok Bakula lives on in Mongolia, not least in the lives of young Buddhist students who live and study at his popular Pritub monastery. This is where the tribute put together by hundreds of ordinary Mongolian people when the saintly monk died is preserved.
This is made of pure silver, weighing about 160-70 kilograms. Now, this was done after Rinpoche had passed away, and huge people from across Mongolia would come, pay respect at the monastery built by Bakula Rinpoche. This stupa was done by a very famous Mongolian artist, Buddhist monk called Lama Prubat. As you see, Rinpoche is sitting in the middle, and it has his relics. And to this side is a statue of Bakula Rinpoche himself. Is done according to his body size, literally. And the clothes that Rinpoche used to wear have been put on the statues.
Today, 2 decades after Kushok Bakula's death, the Indian government is sending statues of Bakula to the
session. So I will request all of you to please be seated. Voice for social harmony. Voice for social harmony. And we have very distinguished, eminent personalities who will be on stage as panelists. So I will request all of you to please come inside and take your seats.
Back in Ladakh, where the first of these statues has come up, the legacy of Kushok Bakula is being passed on to a whole new generation. Nazia Iqbal is a young Ladakhi journalist. She says Kushok Bakula's spirit lives in these mountains among each and every one of its rugged, loving people.
Growing up here in Ladakh, we always knew what an all-encompassing presence that the Kushok Bakula Rinpoche had on Ladakh. And when he was at his political prime, we were still very young. We really did not understand the enigma that he was at that point. But slowly, now that I know a little bit, now that I've read a little bit about him, I truly feel that not just that he was the biggest leader that Ladakh has seen, but he was one of the greatest leaders that India or the world has seen, really.
As long as the chants echo in the mountains, as long as the Buddha is worshipped, as long as the butter lamps are lit in the monasteries, in Ladakh, in Mongolia, across India and Central Asia, the love and legacy of Kushok Bakula shall live on.
I will request all of you to please take your seats as early as possible because we are going to start our first session. So I will request, please take your seats and put your mobile phones on silent mode. May we have your attention, please? Kindly take your seats immediately. Honorable speakers, the member of the panel are already on stage. So I will request all of you, please be seated immediately. Please. The guests standing in the front of the stage are requested to clear the area. Please clear the area in the front of the stage. Please take your seats. Namo Buddhaya, Tashedelik. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of International Buddhist Confederation, we extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished scholars, esteemed delegates, and other dignitaries in our first session of this second Global Buddhist Summit. This session is going to be an exclusive conversation on collective wisdom and united voices for social harmony. Our esteemed panelists in this session are His Excellency. Please, may we have your attention for this stage. So the esteemed panelists in this session are already on the stage. I will request all of you to please put your hands together to express our gratitude for their presence, and let's welcome all the honorable speakers of this session. We are going to have in this session His Excellency Mr. Maris Sangyambongsa, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kingdom Thailand. Thank you very much for coming and joining us, sir. Her Excellency Ms. Da Nyo Ra Zen, Honorable Deputy Minister of Religious and Cultural Affairs, Government of Myanmar. We welcome her also. Please, all together we come. Please put your hands together to welcome the dignitaries. Then also we have His Excellency Shri Chauna Ming, Deputy Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, India. He is here. His Excellency Mr. Zambanov Ochir Vladimirovich, Deputy Head of Government of Republic of Kalmykia, Russia, is also here. Please, all of us, I will request all of you to please put your hands together to welcome the honorable panelist. And the most venerable Thich Dok Thien, Padma Shri awardee, Member of National Assembly. Please. And I will request DJ IBC Abhijit Haldarji to initiate the deliberations of this session, ladies and gentlemen. Abhijit ji.
We started the first Global Buddhist Summit in 2023, and there was a lot of hope, a lot of aspiration with which we started. And I remember ending the GBS 1 with a statement when I said that the GBS, or the Global Buddhist Summit, is like a ship we have launched. And in the coming years, this ship is going to grow in terms of size, and it's going to stay afloat. And that's what has happened. We are here with about 40 countries being represented, as against about 27 who are representing different parts of the world in the GBS 1. But most important, I think, is to have this particular discussion. We are very thankful to some of our prominent participants here who are representatives of governments, their respective governments, or former representatives of governments, and also followers of Buddha Dhamma. So we wanted to have a very casual conversation to get an idea about how they use core principles of Dhamma in terms of, executing their day-to-day work. And that'll be something very interesting. So I'll start off. I think start off with Venerable Thich Thúc Thien. Venerable, you are a famous name in Vietnam and even abroad. One of the things which you are famous for is to conduct international conferences, international events. Some of your events are fantastic. And this is one way of projecting Buddha Dhamma in the world. I know for a fact we were there in Vietnam when you hosted the UN Day of Vesak. More than 82 countries were represented in that particular event. Fantastic event, and it was something which was worth seeing. The world was converging there. I want to ask you, what is your take on
youth, young generation? Because we know the future of the world in the hand of the youth, so that we need to use understood and also put in the practice daily life the teaching of the compassion, of the love kindness, and also the mutual understanding, respect each other, especially respect the belief of each other. So that's we gather and we organize a big Buddhist festival for the people, for the youth, not only the Buddhist youth, but also other belief, other religion together. And so that's this one of the activities of the Vietnam Buddhist Sangha now.
Thank you very much. Venerable, I think your contribution towards interfaith dialogue is tremendous. And of course, in building bridges with other countries, you have been awarded by the Government of India with a Padma Shri in 2018. And I wanted to mention this specifically because our audience should know about it. And also, several awards. I mean, every second, third month, you're being awarded some global recognition for all of this work. So tremendous work. But I wanted to ask you something people have so bravely faced.
The Buddhism is a long history in Vietnam. 2,000 years ago, from Buddhism from India directly came to Vietnam through the Indian merchants. And from long history, the Buddhism stand side by side with the nation. So during the wartime, Buddhism also contribute great to the nation. Buddhist monks and nuns also in Vietnam. We how to say to we government and with authority to contribute to build the nation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Venerable. I wanted to ask you the reaction of the youth in Vietnam to the holy relics which went from India, because this was an unbelievable feat. You know, we had 17 million people from your country actually attending to the relics. And so what is the fallout? What do you feel has this relic which went from India, what kind of impact it has created in your country?
Today, on this auspicious occasion, I also, on behalf of the Vietnam Buddhist Sangha and Vietnam Buddhist community, would like to thank very much Indian government, the Indian Prime Minister Honorable Sri Narendra Modi, to did a favor for Vietnam to bring the relic of the Lord Buddha to Vietnam last year, 1 month from the May 2nd to June 2nd. And you know, in the video clips also, more than 17 million of people came to worship, and that's the Buddhism very important in the daily life of Vietnam. And also we saw not only old people, so many young people, children also came to worship the Lord Buddha, so that we build the belief and the teaching of the compassion and the loving kindness and respect each other for the young people, so that we build a good future. So I'm very proud to the exhibition of the Lord Buddha relic in Vietnam last year.
Thank you, Venerable. That was a great experience for us also when we visited your country with the holy relic, and to see people, you know, lying down flat on the street, bowing to the aircraft which actually brought the holy relics, bowing to the vehicle which is carrying the holy relics. Thank you very much. Thank you, Venerable. So I'll now go to Madame Dao Nu Mrazan, who is the Minister of Religious and Cultural Affairs, Madam, from Myanmar. Madam, I wanted to ask you about you know, the Theravada tradition, which is so specific to Myanmar, very strongly embedded Theravada tradition. It's a tradition which calls for strict discipline, you know, maintaining stringent norms of habits and practices and teaching. Now, how has Theravada tradition contributed towards shaping everyday life and moral values in your society, in the Myanmar society?
This question is very beautiful. Theravada Buddhism shaped profoundly in Myanmar everyday life and moral values, because in Myanmar society, influencing personal behavior, also social relationships, education, and community life. In Myanmar daily life, Myanmar people practice dana, sila, we call sila, and bhavana. That is, Myanmar people offer alms foods to monks every morning. And also, they donate to monasteries, orphanage, and old age home. Also, they support religious festivals. And they cultivate loving kindness and humility and social responsibility. And the Myanmar people observe 5 precepts. This is the most important point, that are avoiding from killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, false speech, and intoxicants. So this is the most important point. Also, Theravada Buddhism emphasizes respect for monks, elders, and teachers in our country. Monks are defined as our moral exemplars and educators for our young generation. Also, when Myanmar Buddhist men are young, they temporarily ordain as novices that can make experiences for discipline, also gratitude, and ethical awareness from a young age. Through Buddhism, people are encouraged to accept life's difficulties with patience. They practice meditation, especially vipassana or vipassana. So consequently, they have got self-control and estimated balance. So that's my answer.
Thank you, ma'am. I will also want to ask you about Pali language. Yes. You know, that is the hub of Myanmar. We visited Myanmar and we found Pali institutes, where Pali is taught, very rigorous training in Pali language, and professors, instructors, senior monks, who are very erudite in deep Pali studies. And in India, in 2024, we declared Pali as a classical language. So for us, it was quite interesting to see your deep-rooted, Pali heritage. I just wanted to ask you that if you can tell me how Pali language has played a role in guiding Buddhist learning in Myanmar today, because Pali carries, it's a text which carries old ancient scripts and transmits it to the modern world. So what role has Pali language played in today's Myanmar? If you can just explain to me, because we want to also engage and learn more in this area.
In Myanmar, there are many Pali institutes, now I think everywhere, including the capital city of Naypyidaw, and also in Yangon, and also in other regions. Because Myanmar believes that the Pali, without knowing Pali, we cannot understand, accept, and write many of Buddha's words or Buddha's teachings. And also, Pali plays a central and living role in guiding Buddhist learning in Myanmar today. Pali is regarded Pali soon after ordination. The well-known Patamaji, Patamaji, and also Dhammasariya and Tipitaka examinations require deep mastery of Pali language, Pali grammar, and their interpretation. Pali guides meditation and practice also. Through Pali canonical text, the practitioners thoroughly understand the meaning of what is sila, what is samadhi, and what is pinya, and such understanding.
I will now switch to Thailand. And until September 2025, he was the foreign affairs minister, the foreign minister of the Kingdom of Thailand. You have to tell me about the historical links between India and Thailand on the Buddhist trail, Excellency. Your experience.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my appreciations to the IBC for the organizing this kind of events. I think it's very important. And also thank you to you in particular for the invitations extended to me. As former foreign ministers of Thailand, I have to thank for the invitation. If not, I have to attend another conference, which is in Switzerland, Davos. That's going to give me a lot of headaches. In fact, besides the, as he explained, I'm former foreign ministers of Thailand, but I'm also wearing another hat. I'm the Deputy Secretary General of the institute called Bodhikaya Vichalai 980. We are doing a track tool for promotions of Buddhism and registered here in India. My Secretary General, Dr. Supachai, is sitting over there. Can you identify yourself to the audience? Yeah, the Secretary General. And he's going to speak in the second session. And that is the reasons that I explained this, because it's a very close connections between Thailand and India through Buddhism. This relationship started very long time ago. I still remember when I was ambassadors of Thailand to Nepal. I visited India several times, and at that times I can recall very good fond memories of being ambassadors of Thailand to Nepal when I visited India. Your government mentions that India would like to export Buddhism throughout the whole world. I fully agree, but then very happy to work with you to re-export, Buddhism in the areas where Thailand is strategically located, with it in Southeast Asia. If I may, how many hours that you give me to speak?
Minutes.
Oh, minutes, okay. So Thailand's location in between ASEAN and ASEAN Plus. ASEAN is 11 countries in Southeast Asia. Plus means China, Japan, Korea. Thailand's also a member of BIMSTEC, which is the South Asia. So we connected these two regions together. And in between, you're talking about 4 billion people markets. So Thailand is very located in a very strategically in the heart of Asia. And that is the linkage between Thailand and India. And then, like I said, we would be very happy to work with India in order to promote a stronger a relationship of the country who are Buddhist, and particularly in Asia. I would still remember, if I can recall our first conversations with Khun Abhijit, that your Prime Minister Narendra Modi mentioned that 21st century is the century of Asia, but without the connectivities through the promotions of Buddhism, Buddhism can connect the countries in Asia, and that will make a complete, or finally the 21st century to be a century of Asia, and that is the stronger links between Thailand and India.
Very strong words, very strong words. Excellency, I know that you're a fantastic orator. I've seen you speak in various forums, and you can go on for 3-4 hours at a stretch. Unfortunately, we don't have the time here. But at the same time, I must also mention that, when we took the holy relics of the Buddha to Thailand, Excellency was actually part of the Bodhigaya Vijayalaya 980 Institute, of which Mr. Supachai is sitting there. And and he was actually, both of them actually made all the arrangements, even though the Thai government was hosting the sacred relic, but the critical role was played by both of them here. So I would like to thank you in front of the Indian audience for all you just said. Okay, now I was reading. I also went into your history a little bit. So there was this 150th anniversary of the foundation of the Foreign Ministry of Thailand when you were the Foreign Minister, and I think in September there was a speech which you made where you said a beautiful thing. You said that endurance is retained by those who don't work against the current of the water, but they wisely flow along the water current. This is something to do with also foreign policy diplomacy these days. I was trying to make that connect. Can you say something about that sentence?
Well, like I said, that if I'm not here on his invitation, I'll be in Davos with a lot of headaches, because humanity is right now face paradox and uncertainties. In the past, we can predict the present and the future, but right now, who dare to predict the future? I don't think so. But anyway, when you have a strong wind, and if you would like to stand against the wind or stands against the currents, then if a small country like Thailand won't be able to withstand the currents of the water. So, of course, we have to follow the currents or float along the currents, but at the same time, without a dignity and the principle, it's very difficult that you can perform your role, particularly if you have to float along the river. But anyway, we have to, particularly in this present time where there's uncertainty, but the principle, discipline must be shown to the whole world that this is your dignity, and that is what I always say. The dignity is not only the dignities, but also the interest or the benefits of the country. As foreign minister, I have to float along the river, the currents, but at the same time, I need to express, to show the whole world of my dignity, my benefit, the benefits of the country. And that is, it depends on the situation. I cannot tell you exactly, but we have to consider the environment, and also in the very specific circumstances, we have to create our own policies to protect the benefits of our country.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And I must mention that, in Thailand, even as the foreign minister, he was known to pursue a line, just correct me if I'm wrong, pursue a line which is very people-friendly. Usually you have, somebody who's the minister who's following a particular line which is very strictly within the government's defined parameters. But he was generally known to cross that line and be more close to the people. Am I right, Excellency?
I take it as a compliment.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Excellency. I'll now come to Mr. Ocher Vladimirovich from Kalmykia. He's the deputy head of government. Now, Kalmykia, Buryatia, and Tuva. These are three autonomous republics in Russia where Buddha Dhamma or Buddhism has prevailed over ages. And Kalmykia has done a wonderful job in terms of preserving Buddhism. So I would want to ask you, Ocher Vladimirovich, that, over the ages, and especially during the Soviet period, Buddhism or any religion could not be practiced. But in these republics, and especially your republic, how did you manage to come over this challenge and build up the entire Buddhist narrative, the monasteries, the monks, etc.? It must have been quite a challenge, because a lot of people from Kalmykia traveled even outside to different countries, and then they've now started returning back. And how have you managed to put it all together and such a beautiful Buddhist narrative you have created?
Прежде всего, уважаемый господин Халдер, хочу поблагодарить вас за приглашение, принять участие в этом замечательном саммите.
First of all, esteemed Mr. Halder, I would like to extend our gratitude for the invitation to be part of this summit.
Конечно же, в советское время было непростое, и после того, как Советский Союз прекратил свое существование, нам пришлось столкнуться с целым рядом сложностей.
Of course, after the Soviet Union disintegrated, we had come to some challenges to face.
Это было сложное время. У нас в стране практически не было буддийских монастырей, не было монахов практически, не было учителей, которые бы учили дхарме и буддизму.
It was quite hard time back then. We didn't have Buddhist monasteries and almost didn't have Buddhist monks at all back then.
Но самое главное, у нас сохранилась и оставалась наша вера.
But the main thing is that we managed to preserve our faith.
И с помощью наших друзей, в том числе из других стран, и в частности из Индии, мы смогли все это восстановить.
And thanks to our friends from other countries, including from India, we've managed to preserve and to restart everything.
И сейчас мы строим новые монастыри, буддизм является частью официально признанной государством традиционной религии в России.
Now we are constructing new Buddhist monasteries, and Buddhism has become one of the religions recognized by the government of Russia as the traditional religions.
И наряду с другими религиями, как вы знаете, Россия это многоконфессиональное, многонациональное государство. Буддизм является частью традиционной ценности, традиционной культуры России.
And Russia is a multinational and multi-confessional country, and Buddhism as a religion is, of course, an integral part of its culture and its values, traditional values.
И как говорил наш президент Российской Федерации Владимир Владимирович Путин,
and as our president, Mr. Vladimir Putin said,
буддизм, его культура и традиции оказали большое влияние на становление России.
Buddhism, its culture and traditions made an incredible impact on the development of our country.
И сыграли поистине уникальную роль в формировании единого, сплоченного народа, стали высоким духовно-нравственным ориентиром для сотен тысяч людей.
And made a special impact on shaping our multinational people, and became a cultural and spiritual beacon for the people of our country.
Поэтому буддизм в России развивается и является неотъемлемой частью нашей культуры.
That is why Buddhism in Russia is developing, and it is an integral part of our culture.
That's a fantastic effort, by people in your country, and it's a small autonomous republic, not as many people as compared to Thailand, Myanmar, Vietnam, etc. But we had the opportunity of taking the holy relics of the Buddha to Kalmykia, and it was quite a fantastic welcome we came across. With a lot of people standing on both sides of the street waving the flag of Russia and India. And that was a very heartening experience, especially to see a lot of young people on both sides of the street. But I must also compliment you for organizing the International Buddhist Forum. Something like the Global Buddhist Summit, which we are doing here. You have managed to put together this particular event, and we had the occasion of attending that conference. Tell me, what is the message which you carry from this international conference to the larger world? Especially because your republic is located geographically in Europe, as compared to the other republics. The monastery which you have in Elista, your capital, is known as the largest monastery in Europe. So what's your contribution in terms of pushing Buddhist values, etc., in Europe, in other places, through this international forum?
Как вы знаете, в России за последние годы прошли не один, а целых 3 международных буддийских форума в 23-м, 24-м, 25-м годах.
As you are aware, during the current years, we've arranged not only one, but 3 international Buddhist forums in Russia during the years 2023, 2024 and 2025.
Первые 2 проходили в Республике Бурятия, и 3-й в сентябре 2025 года, совсем недавно, проходил в Калмыкии, в Республике Калмыкия, в городе Элиста.
The first 2 forums were organized in the Republic of Buryatia of Russia, and the 3rd one in September 2025 was arranged in Kalmykia.
Россия на протяжении столетий являлась и является и будет являться своеобразным связующим звеном, мостом между Западом и Востоком.
For the hundreds of years, Russia has always been a bridge between East and West.
Подчеркну, что связь между народом России и народом Индии осуществляется по целому ряду направлений, но буддизм одна из основных и больших частей этой связи.
I would like to underline that we have many spheres of cooperation between Russia and India, but the cooperation in the field of Buddhism is a very special one.
И эта связь не только между Россией и Индией, но и между Россией и всеми буддистами мира.
And this very connection is not only about Russia and India, it is about the connection of all the Buddhists of the world.
И мы хотим показать всему миру, что непереходящие, неизменные, вечные традиционные ценности буддизма внесли свой огромный вклад в развитие культуры, истории и традиций нашего народа и всей Российской Федерации.
And we would like to note that the values of Buddhism have made an immense contribution into culture and traditions of Russian people.
Участие в наших международных форумах приняли представители целого ряда государств, такие как Индия, Китай, Вьетнам, Таиланд, Мьянма, Шри-Ланка, Лаос, Непал, Монголия, Бангладеш, Камбоджа, Бутан.
So our international Buddhist events have been visited, and we had participation from many countries from around the world, not only from India, but from China, from Myanmar, from Thailand, from Laos, Cambodia, Mongolia, and other countries.
Пользуясь случаем, хотел поблагодарить всех участников. Я вижу в зале много знакомых лиц. Многие из присутствующих сегодня здесь были гостями, нашими гостями в Элисте в сентябре 2025 года. Я снова рад вас всех приветствовать.
Taking into account, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the participants of the forum which took place in September. I can see many familiar faces here in this hall, so thank you for coming to Elista.
Thank you very much. I must say, Ochir Vladimirovich, it was a fantastic experience for us when we visited your republic, and people are very, very friendly. There's a lot of eagerness and enthusiasm among them to learn more and more about Buddha Dhamma. We had a group of venerable monks with us who went from India, and we had them travel about 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers from Elista to various monasteries. And these people in these monasteries had not seen such monks. So they were really happy, and they gathered from nearby towns and congregated there, and it was a great experience. In fact, my colleague here from the Ministry of Culture is sitting there, Mr. Samarnanda, Joint Secretary. He was with us, and for us it was a great experience, and I think we'll go back again to your location. Thank you very much.
Please do come again anytime you like. We would love to welcome all guests in Kalmykia.
Thank you. Thank you. I will now come to our own Deputy Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, Mr. Chawna Main. It's an important state of India. But more than that, he comes from a place called Namsai. Very less known, but a very beautiful place. Unless you go to that place, you don't know the beauty which it has. And the community which is there is known as the Thai Khamti community. These are people who have, previously been in Myanmar, and they've moved to this side over centuries. And it's amazing to see how the people of Namsai have preserved their culture, their heritage, their tradition, and also Buddha Dhamma. So I would like to ask Honorable Deputy CM as to how have they managed to do this? Because you are also from Namsai, from that area.
Well, Mr. Abhijit, I'm not a scholar, not a Buddhist scholar, but I'm a Buddhist by birth. So let me answer your question this way. First of all, when you said Namsai, the meaning I was explaining to His Excellency from Thailand also, that Nam means water, Sai means sand. It's a land of sandy water. It's a land of sandy water. So I come from that land. I come from Arunachal Pradesh. Arunachal Pradesh is situated on the easternmost part of India. So when I talk of Arunachal Pradesh, on the western side of Arunachal Pradesh is bordering Bhutan and Tibet. The Monpa community from the western side, they follow the Mahayana Buddhism, which is also known as Tibetan Buddhism. On the northern side, also border Tibet, the members, the Khampas, they also follow Buddhism. They are also following Mahayana Buddhism. On the easternmost corner, which is bordering Myanmar, Madam is from Myanmar, and also Thailand. So I am from there. I belong to Thai Khamti community. We, the Thai Khamti community, the Singphos, and the small number of Tikhak community from Tangsa tribe, they also follow Theravada Buddhism. So once upon a time, people used to say the Theravada Buddhism is acting from India. But I'm here, we are here, so we are the living Buddhism there, Theravada Buddhism. Let me tell you, as far as the Thai Khamti community is concerned, every houses have a prayer room. Every village has a monastery. Every villager has to offer alms early in the morning to the temple. That is the age-old practices. Still, they follow the practices. We have our own script, age-old Thai Khamti script. We have our own script. In our own script, we have got all this olden, the religious texts, and then apart from that, our own administrative instruction, the marriage systems, the medicinal system, all these are inscribed in our own scripts from time immemorial. We have got such a rich manuscripts. It is time for us to preserve this manuscript. So we are trying to preserve this manuscript through the, the technologies and all these things. So I would like to request all the scholars, the technologists, all of you, to help us in preserving our age-old, very rich manuscript. And can you believe me, our own script, we have got the Ramayana and Mahabharata is translated in our own script. So this has to be preserved, and this has to be digitized. Not only digitized, the hard copies has to be preserved. It's all a very age-old, and it is torn out also. So I think this is time to preserve our own script. So this is how we follow, and we are a small tribe. Let me tell you, we are a small tribe. We have a challenge to protect and preserve our own languages, own religion, own culture, all these challenges we have. So that is why I have, established one small, registered a small, association, smaller, known as the Thai Khamti Letters and Heritage Society. We have built a small this studio also, where we have built a hostel also, where the boys and girls can live there, and to preserve and protect, and then to research our own age-old practices and age-old the script and all these things. So this is how we have been preserving our own culture and religion, etc.
Thank you, sir. I must also mention that, IBC had visited actually Namsai, and we organized a program, and Minister was there. That's how we know about Namsai. We spent some time. Samten Gyaltsen is also here. She was also with us. She did a meditation, short-term meditation course there. But interesting was that there are several communities there, and they got together to welcome us together. I still remember when we got off the vehicle, there was a distance of about 500 meters, and with drums and with, these peacock dances and all, they were escorting us all the way. it is something which we have never seen, never come across. And I was told that that was one day when all the communities came together under one roof to welcome us. This shows that, there's a lot of preservation of values.
Arunachal Pradesh is also known as a land of festival. We are 26 major tribes. We are 100 sub-tribes. We have got different languages. We speak different languages. We dress us differently. We have different dress code. We have different culture. All these things, languages, all these different. But unity in diversity. So that's how we live in Arunachal Pradesh, 26 major tribes. But we live unitedly, and festival is our. You see, the major attraction of Arunachal Pradesh, as far as tourism concerned, is festival is our main festival tourism also there, natural tourism also there, adventure tourism also there. Recently, I had gone to the Pangsa Pass International Festival there. Mostly the Tangsa tribes, they observe that festival, but apart from the Tangsa tribe, apart from the Pangsa Pass festival, this year we also observed the 80 commemorative years of Second World War. So Second World War started from the Lido Road. It's called the Lido Road. It leads from Lido to Kunming. And from Lido to Michina, it is only 400 meters or 400 kilometers. If you go by road, it will take you hardly, if you go under the present road condition, it will take you only 5 hours to reach Michina. And I have been advocating the border trade with Myanmar from long time back. Madam is here, so I would like to request Government of India also. So why can't we have the border trade with Myanmar, across Myanmar also, with Thailand, with Laos? It will connect Southeast Asia entirely. Modi ji, Honorable Prime Minister, we are so thankful to him for bringing back the relics to us. Also, you see the declaring Pali language as a classical language. We have a Pali institute there in my village. That is how we follow our own culture and tradition. So connecting Southeast Asia will bring a lot of economic activities, a lot of tourism, etc. So that's how I personally want that. And to you, I would like to request that please help us in preserving those rich manuscripts.
We have discussed this, and I think something is being done on this. Ministry of Culture is aware of this.
Yes. Ministry of Science and Technology. I think they can help us. Through this forum, I would like to request the Ministry of Science and Technology also to help us in preserving our own the age-old rich manuscript and the script, the tonal, the revised tonal scripts. We wanted to, they studied under Unicode. So we would like to help the scholarly persons to help us in getting our script under Unicode. So that's our request.
Thank you very much, sir. And I think it's good that you raised a little issue which is also important about the cross-border trade, etc. We have a colleague of ours from the Foreign Ministry who's served in Myanmar, actually, who's here in the audience. And I think there's a good takeaway from this conversation for him. But I wanted to also ask you, a very basic question, which is that, your state is the state where Theravada as well as Mahayana, both the traditions exist. Now, you heard our Honorable Minister, Mr. Rijiju, mention about the need for all traditions to come together and exist together, even within Buddhism. So how do you sustain this? I mean, in the state. I mean, we're very happy that Theravada has been maintained by you, in Namsai, in that area. But that balance, your chief minister also very proudly says that mine is the only state which has, both Theravada and Maya.
You see, from the western Arunachal Pradesh, a lot of delegates has come here. From the eastern part also, our venerable monks, our Mahabodhi society, monks from Mahabodhi society, they are also a source of our, you see, the guidance and teaching of Buddhism. So both Mahayana and Theravada belief flourish in Arunachal Pradesh, not but side by side, but not for competition, but in harmony. This coexistence is not symbolic, it is experimental, it's experiential, embedded in daily life, ritual practice, and community ethos. So this is how we believe in each other. So we are not in competition, we are just living side by side with mutual understanding and mutual respect.
Mutual coexistence, as the
coexistence,
banner says here. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Madam, I just wanted to ask you one light question about, you actually are very passionate about conservation. This is something which you do. You travel to various events in different parts of the world to understand preservation. In Myanmar, Myanmar is known to have some of the most old, ancient monasteries. And it's very difficult sometimes to maintain these monasteries, properly. But, you have the Bagan complex of monasteries, then of course Shwedagon Monastery and all of that. But what role do you think, it's interesting for us to know that what role does the monastic system, the monasteries play in the lives of people in Myanmar?
And Myanmar, in Myanmar, we have our education system since 11th century Bagan period. We started our education system with monasteries. So the monks are our educators since Bagan period. So monastic system is very important for our Theravada Buddhism because the monks can not only educate the children, but also they can teach their moral values and also how to take value for their social life, everything. So since the childhood, we Myanmar people learn our life, social life starting from monasteries. So we think that the monastic education is still ongoing because under the Ministry of Education, the basic educations are very important, but according to the lack of budget and also the lack of the teachers, so we have also depend on the monastic education from other side. So these are very valuable for our country. So monastic education is still ongoing system for our country.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Excellency, I just want you to speak just few words about a major project which you initiated even before you were the foreign minister, the Ganga Mekong project. Mekong is the river which goes through several countries, cutting across Thailand and other countries in the region. And there was this Ganga Mekong project which he has conceived. In fact, the institute has conceived, and Mr. Subachai was also involved in that. Just two words about, people should know about it.
Thank you very much for the questions. Let me a little bit touch the questions that you gave to me before about the strong currents. And I mentioned about the principle. The principle that I always use is the core principle of Dhamma. I fully agree with His Excellency Ritiju That's whether you are Buddhist or non-Buddhist, you're from different religions, but the core principle of Dhamma is everywhere. The Dhamma, to me, is not the religion's doctrine. It is the universal law of truth. And then if you understand truth, no matter you are from different regions, you are from different country, you have a strong core principle of Dhamma, means that you want to be good to other people. And that is the principle that I use. During the strong currents, you have to float along the currents, but with directions, with principle, core principle of Dhamma. Now your questions about the connectivities, as I mentioned earlier, that 21st century is the century of Asia. And with the connectivities of the countries of Buddhism, we will be able to spread out the core principle of Dhamma. And again, I insist that whether you are Buddhist or non-Buddhist, the core principle of Dhamma can bring people together. So it is the initiative by my Secretary General, Dr. Supachai, when we've learned from the concept of Prime Minister Modi that 21st century is the century of Asia, and then we try to connect several countries in Southeast Asia. That was the first step. In Southeast Asia or ASEAN, we have 5 countries living in the Mekong Delta: Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. So the Dhamma Yatra is the process of the Dhamma through our institute, registered here, the Bodhikaya Vichalai 980. We try to connect these 5 countries who has a strong will and strong principle of Dhamma through Buddhism. So we connect these 5 countries together with the core principle of Dhamma of Buddhism. We're very successful for the first one and the second one. We connect several devotees of Buddhism together. And then by the time that we discuss with your ambassadors in Thailand, and you mentioned about myself and Dr. Supachai get involved with the visit of the expositions of the relics of the Lord Buddha from India to Thailand. Now we can see the opportunities that the regions of Southeast Asia, particularly Mekong Delta, to be connected with India through a very great river like Ganga. So we invite, with the support by the government of India, the visit of the relics of the Lord Buddha and also the 2 disciples, Mokkala Sariput, to Thailand. And that is another connectivities between country in Mekong Delta, Mekong sub-regions, and the Indian regions through the name of Ganga. So that is very successful, that we bring the relics of the Lord Buddha and the 2 disciples of the Mokkala Sariput from India to Thailand. And that's become the good connectivities between Mekong and Ganga. I have to thank, I don't know whether Kun Wangdi, Ajok Wangdi is here or not, but he is another one who's promote a stronger link between Mekong sub-regions and Ganga sub-regions. So that is the projects that we are doing. We have even bigger plan, but I'll keep it for other people to entertain your questions.
Thank you very much. I think we'll wind up now, but before we do that, Venerable, I just want to ask you if we have a lot of youngsters from universities who are sitting at the rear of this hall, and they've come to attend this event with a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of eagerness. Few encouraging words from you for these younger people, the next generation. What do you feel?
Thank you very much. As I mentioned before, we must focus to propagate the teaching of the Lord Buddha to the young generation. So you see here in this conference, many Vietnamese monks and nuns very young study in India. So that we hope in the future we work together. We collect the teaching of the Lord Buddha, collect the compassion, collect loving kindness, and we have one voice to bring the happiness and peace to the people. And also, as in the speech of own Excellency here, we need solidarity and work together to the benefit of the future. And also, I think India is very important. The homeland of the Lord Buddha. So the civilization also from India to export to the other region and country. And now again, we collect the wisdom, we solidarity voice to the benefits of the own region, nation in the world. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Venerable. And I think we've had a wonderful discussion. I think you must be feeling hungry. We're coming to 1:30. Not the Venerable monks, they've had their meal, but I think we have to wind up for the meal. But once again, thank you all very much. I wish we could have more people on board, but we are very happy that all of you have come. And we also have His Excellency Mr. Ki Sovaratna from Cambodia, who's here, who will be, from the government of Cambodia, who will be also delivering his speech and his presentation during one of the sessions. But before I wind up, Ochir Vladimirovich wants to say something.
Я, пользуясь случаем, хочу поблагодарить за организацию визита священных реликвий мощи Будды Шакьямуни в Россию, впервые в истории отношений России и Индии. Прежде всего, премьер-министра Индии Шри Нарендра Моди, Министерство культуры Индии, правительство Индии, вас, уважаемый господин Халдер, IBC и весь индийский народ. От всех буддистов России большое спасибо.
Taking this opportunity on behalf of the whole Buddhist community of Russia, I would like to extend our gratitude to His Excellency Shri Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, to the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, to International Buddhist Confederation, and for you, Mr. Halder, in particular, especially, for arranging the visit of the holy relics of Lord Buddha to Russia, to Kalmykia, which was an unprecedented event and happened for the first time in the history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Abhijit and all the esteemed panelists. I will request all of you to please remain seated for a few more minutes. I will invite on stage our Deputy Secretary General IBC, Geshe Lama Zotpaji, to please come on stage and present memento to the panelists as a token of gratitude. We are really, indeed, feel honored to have you all in this Global Buddhist Summit. So the most venerable Thich Duc Thinh, Padma Shri awardee, member of National Assembly of Vietnam, also President and General Secretary of Vietnam Buddhist Sangha, Vietnam. Thank you very much for joining us and coming here. We are honored to have you here with us in this Global Buddhist Summit. Now I will request our Deputy Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Zampanov Ochir Vladimirovich, Deputy Head of Government of Republic of Kalmykia, Russia. Thank you. His Excellency Shri Shauna Mein, Deputy Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, was also part of this session. We are grateful to him. Her Excellency Ms. Danora Zin, Honorable Deputy Minister of Religious and Culture Affairs, Government of Myanmar. His Excellency Mr. Maurice Sangye Ambongsa, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kingdom of Thailand. We are grateful to you, sir. Thank you very much. Just for a group photograph, I will request all of you to please come in front of this stage. All the panelists, please come in the front to have a group photograph opportunity. Please.
I thought the photograph is only meant for people who got the memento. I didn't get one, so I thought, but I'll stand.
So we are thankful to all the panelists and, of course, Mr. Abhijit Haldarji, Director General IBC, who was the moderator of this session, and we had a very meaningful and very interesting session, the first session of this Global Buddhist Summit. I will request you to be seated for a few more minutes because, ladies and gentlemen, very shortly we are going to have a lunch break for other than the honorable monks and nuns, because they have already done the lunch. After that, at 2 p.m., we have another very meaningful and interesting session in which eminent entrepreneurs from different countries are going to share their views. These are the such entrepreneurs who are doing their commercial activities as per the principles of Buddhist tradition, Buddhist values, and it will be very interesting and inspiring, motivating as well to listen to them in that session. But now we are also honored with the gracious presence of Sangha members from various countries, and it is time to offer a special acknowledgement to the Sangha members for their significant contribution in upholding Buddha Dhamma and fostering social harmony. To do the honors, I will request Most Venerable Dhammapiya, President of IBC, to please come on stage, and also the Secretary General IBC, Shatsek Khensur Rinpoche Jangchup Joyden, to come on stage and do the honors. The Most Venerable Dhammapiya, President of IBC, and the Secretary General IBC, Shatsek Khensur Rinpoche Jangchup Joyden, please come on stage to honor the Sangha members. Offer special acknowledgement to all the Sangha members who are gracing the occasion and who have come from various countries here. So I will request all the Sangha members to come on stage. I will just mention their names, and they all are requested to come together on the stage, and they will be felicitated one by one on a stage. So Venerable Aya Santini, Abbess Visma Kusalayani Sangha Bhikkhuni Theravada, Indonesia. Please, I would request Venerable Aya Santini to please come on stage. Then Master Shi Jiang Yin, Secretary General Buddhist Association of Taiwan. I will request all of you to please come on stage. Please. Master Shi Jiang Yin, Secretary General Buddhist Association of Taiwan. Reverend Koya Matsuoka, Chief Priest. Please put your hands together to when the Honorable Sangha members are being felicitated. I will request all of you to please put your hands together to express our gratitude also. Reverend Koya Matsuoka, Chief Priest, Komayoji Temple, Sota Zen School, Japan. Then also we have with us Most Venerable Naran Panawe Ananda Anunayake Thero, Anunayaka Thero of the Asgiria chapter of Siam Mahanikaya, Sri Lanka. Then Most Venerable Sangjin Sonim, President Taigo Order from South Korea. His Eminence Dolan Urzana, Khami Lama of Tua, Russian Federation. Please come on stage. His Eminence Gyaltrul Jigme Rinpoche, President, Chief Rigon Tomtim Mandroling Monastery, Padma Sambhava Mahavihara, Odisha, India. Most Venerable Yongye Mengyu Rinpoche, Meditation Master of the Karma Kakyo and Nyingma lineage of Tibetan Buddhism, Nepal. His Eminence 13th Kundiling Tatsak Rinpoche Tenzing Choki Gilsten, Rinpoche Tulku Kundiling Ladrang, Dripang Gomang Monastery, India. His Eminence Kyabje Yongzen Ling Rinpoche Tenzin Lungtok Thinle Choipak, Dripang Losiling Monastery, India. Most Venerable Wankhan Wangsolin, Vice President, Central Buddhist Fellowship Organization of the Lao PTR, Lao. Most Venerable Dr. Bhadant Rahul Bodhi Mahathero, President, Bhikkhu Sangha's United Buddhist Mission, Office Secretary, All India Bhikkhu Sangha, Co-Chairman, WFP Standing Committee. His Eminence Chula Lopen Padma Acharya, Council of Buddhist University, Bhutan. Most Venerable Vaskaduve, Sri Lanka. Most Venerable Vaskaduve, Sri Lanka. His Eminence Chula Lopen Padma Acharya, Council of Buddhist University, Bhutan. Venerable Bhikkhu Nandasena, Buddha Dhamma Vihara Spiritual Director and Religious Minister, Buddhismo Theravada, Mexico, AR, Mexico. And Most Venerable Tek Dok Thien, Vice President, Secretary General of the National Vietnam Buddhist Sangha and Vice President, ABCP, Vietnam. So all the Venerable Sangha members are here on a stage. So I will request Most Venerable Dhammapaya, President of IBC, and the Secretary General IBC, Shatse Khensur Rinpoche Jangchup Choiden, to offer the special acknowledgement to all the Sangha members. So I think all of us should put our hands together to express our gratitude and respect towards all the Sangha members from various countries who are here to participate and grace this second Global Buddhist Summit being organized in the national capital of India, New Delhi, on 24th and 25th of January 2026, ladies and gentlemen, with the theme Collective Wisdom, United Voice and Mutual Coexistence. It's a great opportunity for all of us to be part of this Global Buddhist Summit, witness and listen to such luminaries, scholars, delegates, and esteemed personalities from the Buddhist world. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we are very grateful and thankful to all the honorable, venerable, most venerable and eminent Sangha members from various countries, which includes Bhutan, Indonesia, Japan, Laos, Mexico, Nepal, Russian Federation, South Korea, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, India, and Taiwan. And we got this opportunity to offer our special acknowledgement to all these Sangha members here. And we are also thankful to Most Venerable Dhamma Piyaji, President of IBC, and Secretary General IBC Shatsik Khyentse Rinpoche Jangpo Joyden, for doing the honors. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are grateful to you. And now I will request the delegates. So, the Sangha members, the monks and nuns, they have already completed their lunch. So others than the Sangha members are requested to proceed for lunch. And we will be back by 2 p.m. for our next session. So I will request all of you to... Oh, it's already too late. So by 2:30, we will be starting our next session. So I will request all of you to please come back in time before 2:30 so that you can also be part of that session. And we have arranged lunch at 3 places. So the team is there to guide you, escort you. So please proceed for lunch and be back in time. Thank you very much. So VIPs and dignitaries are requested to proceed for lunch to the Leaders Lounge, and others may have lunch just outside of this hall, and one floor lower. That is level 1. There is a meeting room there, and in that meeting room also lunch has been arranged, so you can proceed there also. The same lunch is available everywhere. You can just find out a proper place, relax, and have lunch. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dhammam saranam gacchami Sangham saranam
कुशक बकुला रिम्पोचे एयरपोर्ट पे आपका स्वागत है।
This is the Spituk Monastery in the Himalayan mountains of Ladakh in India. It stands nearly 11,000 feet above sea level next to the airport of Leh, the capital of Ladakh. There is one thing common between the airport and the monastery. One man, one story.
रिम्पोचे का जिंदगी भर अपने के लिए तो पूरा त्याग दिया है, बिल्कुल लोगों की सेवा में लग के।
We deeply respect his teachings.
When Bakula Rinpoche left his body, I handled his cremation and created a silver stupa for him.
It is a story that began in these mountains with the birth of a prince in a palace.
हमारे सामने जो है माथो गांव जो है इंडस के इस तरफ का गांव जो है जहाँ पे 19th कुशोक बकुला रिम्पोचे जी ने जो जन्म लिया वो ये गांव है। और ये पीछे जो है माथो पैलेस जो महाराजा का घर थे जो वहाँ पे कुशोक बकुला रिम्पोचे जी ने जो जन्म लिया। लद्दाख के कोई भी बाशिंदा जिस समुदाय से ताल्लुक रखते हो, जिस धर्म से रखते हो, जिस समाज से रखते हो, सभी लोग जो है रिम्पोचे बाकुला जी के नाम से वो जुट जाते हैं और रिम्पोचे बाकुला जी के नाम लेने में भी गर्व महसूस करते हैं।
Kushok Bakula Rinpoche was the great-great-great-grandson of the last king of Ladakh. In the traditions of Buddhism, he was recognized as the 19th Arhat Bakula, one of the 16 original disciples of the Buddha. Sent to study at the great Buddhist schools of Tibet, where he was a star pupil.
He would have studied and taken some responsibilities, and if he had done that, then he would go in the hierarchy of becoming the Ganden Chipa, which is the supreme head of the Gelugpa tradition of Buddhism, which is a very high position. Not many people in India, outside Ladakh, know Rinpoche as well as they should be, because he was just not simply the leader of Ladakh, but he was also a person of national importance, and his contribution to the nation, in fact to the world, is not highlighted properly.
This is Sonam Wangchuk. For 30 years he was the personal assistant and confidant of Kushok Bakula Rinpoche. Today, he is the caretaker of the legacy of Kushok Bakula and the most important narrator of the Kushok Bakula story.
Ladakhis always, he would wherever he go, two things: education, Indian first and Indian last. This sense of nationalism which he instilled in the people of Ladakh, I think was his greatest contribution to India.
This patriotism was first tested in 1947. That year, soon after the independence of British India and the division of the country into the independent states of India and Pakistan, Pakistan launched an attack on the Indian region of Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh. The war that followed changed the story of Kushok Bakula.
He is a monk, but he literally gave a call to the youth of Ladakh to come and fight back these people, and he organized resistance.
उस समय हम लोग लद्दाख छोड़ के भागने के लिए तैयारी कर रहे थे,
हम लोग भी सब घर से निकल चुके थे। तो जब जहाज का आवाज़ आया तो सब लोग दौड़ के एयरपोर्ट चले गए देखने के लिए। तो पहली बार उस समय जहाज देखा ना डेकोटा या तो ये सारे कुशोक बकुले जी ने तो किया ना, नहीं तो लद्दाख कहाँ बस इस समय तो लद्दाख पाकिस्तान में होता है।
The resistance units that were first put together by Kushok Bakula were the precursor of the famed Ladakh Scouts, now an integral part of the Indian Army's Himalayan defense arrangement. The Ladakh airport in Leh was built by the Indian military using land donated by Kushok Bakula from his Spituk monastery.
Army said, this is the place we need to build our airport. Rinpoche said, take it. He gave it away. There was, people like resistance in his monastery. Rinpoche, what are you doing, giving away our land to this? And he said, no, nothing doing. It must be given. And so he gave away.
Karan Singh and his family were the former princely rulers of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh. He says the war was a definitive moment which created the need for leadership in Ladakh, and Kushok Bakula emerged to represent the dreams and aspirations of what was at that time one of the remotest parts of India.
Kushok Sahib was the main leader at that time. He was the one who received us and he was the one who made all the speech. So he had already at that time emerged as the predominant leader in Ladakh.
92-year-old Lama Lobsang saw Kushok Bakula in those years. He says that people from across Ladakh were drawn to the monk as their guru, both spiritual and political.
कुशोक बकुला जी तो हम सब के गुरु है, हमारे तो गुरु है ही है, पूरी लद्दाख का गुरु है। ये सारे लद्दाख को तो बिल्कुल एक तरह से जगाया ना उन्होंने, सोया हुआ था, बिल्कुल लद्दाख सोया हुआ था, वो जगह था। उन कुशोक बकुले की सेवा और कोई तो था नहीं। पंडित जी ने लोगों से पूछा कि तुम लोग
first brought the relics of the Buddha from India to Mongolia in 1993, which was the most important spiritual event in the country's history after the fall of communist rule. Kushok Bakula was no ordinary diplomat. He was a Buddhist master like none that Mongolia had ever seen. He was Elchin Baksh, as the Mongolians called him, the ambassador teacher.
It stayed here in 1 month. It made a lot of people believe that this is possible, to be Buddha, to reach this liberation. And I remember one person, a lady came up to my room in my office and said to me that my father, who was ill for many years and he couldn't stand up and he was lying in his bed for many years, he heard that Buddha is coming, and so he decided to come here. Now he is better. Now he can stand up from his bed. So Buddha relics also helped in this way people, ordinary people who were ill. So I can say that this kind of miracles also happened. So Bakula Rinpoche was also a part of this miracle.
Some contributions could be measured in terms of numbers. It's like an intangible support that he has brought in India-Mongolia relation. And that foundation has now flourished into a much stronger and thriving bilateral economic relationship.
So important is the legacy of Kushok Bakula in Mongolia and to the Indian embassy in Mongolia that Ambassador Singh has kept the room used by Kushok Bakula at the embassy untouched since the Rinpoche left. It is now used as a multi-faith prayer room.
I now have the privilege to bring you to the very room which was used by Kushok Bakula Rinpoche while he was here as ambassador teacher. And I have not used it as an office, as a mark of respect to him, but tried to keep it as a prayer room. So this prayer room is a unique prayer room. Of course, it has our own scriptures of Guru Granth Sahib Ji. In addition, I have the Thankas and Dhammapada and Quran and Bible. Everything is in this room.
But Kushok Bakula Rinpoche's impact on Mongolia cannot be understood through diplomacy alone. First and foremost, he was a revered Buddhist monk, a spiritual guide who never spoke the Mongolian language but could understand the deepest yearnings of the Mongolian people.
Can you imagine the society when there is nothing in the shelves of the stores to sell, nothing, and it was a very hard time for Mongol people. And the presence of Bakula Rinpoche at that time and his spiritual guidance to many Mongols helped to overcome this difficult time for Mongolians.
Mongolia and Russia had seen the downfall of Buddhism at some point of time. It was Kushok Bakula Rinpoche, during his stay in those countries, had restored and developed Buddha Dhamma in those countries, bridging the friendship between the original land of Buddha, India, and Mongolia and Russia. That's how he played a very important role to connect and build friendship between India and those countries.
This is the Gandhan monastery. It is more than 130 years old. It is one of the few Buddhist monasteries that survived communist rule. Today it is at the heart of the spiritual and cultural life of Buddhist Mongolia. The head of the monastery these days is the Nomen Khambo Lama Khan, a man who knew Kushok Bakula very well.
When I was young, I participated at the Asian Buddhist Conference on Peace, and there I met Kushok Bakula Ji. After that, in 90s, He was appointed to Mongolia as an ambassador, and at the same time the communist government collapsed in Mongolia and changed to democracy. I thought he was appointed to Mongolia at the correct time. The Mongolian social, psychological conditions were very bad at that time. During that period, Bakula Rinpoche contributed a lot to peace, and we went together to the countryside of Mongolia for the relief of the people.
So intense was the cause of reviving Buddhism in Mongolia for Kushok Bakula Rinpoche that this monk and Indian ambassador used all his earnings in Mongolia to give back to the country something he deeply yearned for, a new Buddhist monastery. A branch of his beloved Pithuk monastery was built at the center of Ulaanbaatar.
People would ask and seek his guidance about how to set up a monastery, how to enroll monks and ordain them. So he would explain, but that explanation was not sufficient, and so he decided, maybe one way is to set up a monastery in Ulaanbaatar where people can come and see and then experience. So he took it up with the government of Mongolia, and they happily said, please go ahead and choose any land you want and we give it to you. So he chose this particular spot. Pethop, which means exemplary or a model. This is a name which coincided, it is not that Rinpoche wanted this to be a model as such, but this is also the name of his 800 years old monastery in Ladakh called Pethop. So he just took that name because he wanted the two monasteries to connect with each other, which means in a way connect Mongolia, Buddhism with India and Ladakh. And it was therefore completed in 1999, and he, in a very big ceremony which was also attended by the then Vice President of India, Mr. Krishan Kant, the doors of the temples were open. And not only that, the building is there, he also had almost 8 years before the construction had started, set up a school where the monks were being prepared. So the monks were ready to come and join. So we have hostel for monks, some 50 monks can stay here. So it was a kind of a rededication of his faith in Buddha Dhamma, and to propagate Buddha Dhamma in a country which had suffered so much and which was once a very exemplary place for Buddhist learning. So many scholars and high-ranking monks had come from Mongolia. So it was in an effort to reconstruct Buddhism in Mongolia. He did this and he completed it and gave it to the people here.
This monastery has become the focal point of Kushok Bakula's legacy in Mongolia, a place for countless Mongolians to remember him and his healing touch.
When I was 11 years old, I had a vision problem, mostly blind. I met Bakula Rinpoche with my grandmother, who was a follower and devotee of him. He treated me with his beads and prayers for nearly a month. After that there was improvement in my vision. Gradually, there was no problem with my vision. Now I work in telecom department as a technician and a devotee of my guru Bakula Rinpoche.
Wherever he went in Mongolia, Kushok Bakula brought a sense of spiritual resurrection, solace for countless souls. Crowds gathered to see him everywhere. Babies were brought to be blessed by him.
Bakula Rinpoche always supported Mongolian philosophy and spiritual beliefs of the people. During 90s, the territory of Mongolia was divided into 18 provinces. It was an emergency situation. People were very angry with the government leaders, and the socialists were protesting in the country. At that time, Rinpoche used to meet those protesters and always preached peace and non-violence. It was a very important point and lead to democracy in Mongolia. I became a nun at this monastery and practicing astrology for the last 10 years. Bakula Rinpoche was the first Buddhist teacher to Mongolian people. He taught Buddhist practices and rituals to young Mongolian monks. He built many monasteries and temples across the country. We deeply respect his teachings.
If men are known by the company they keep, monks must be known for their disciples. Two men might be considered the heirs to the legacy of Kushok Bakula in Mongolia. They are two of the country's most famous spiritual names. One is an artist and a monk, and the other a famous Vipassana meditation teacher. In the high hills of Aglak, around 100 kilometers from Ulaanbaatar, Lama Purvat has created the most important modern Buddhist shrine in Mongolia, as much a work of great art as it is a place of worship.
In our ancient book of wisdom, it was written many years ago that someone from the south would come for the revival of Mongolian Buddhism. In the 1990s, Bakula Rinpoche came to Mongolia, and we held him in high regard. He played a key role in the revitalization of traditional Mongolian Buddhism, and his activities and accomplishments demonstrated his commitment to its thriving. We are grateful for his work.
With support and assistance from Kushok Bakula in India, the young Lama Purvat learned the delicate art of Thangka painting. Today he is one of Mongolia's greatest artistic treasures, his hilltop shrine dotted with white Buddhas under majestic trees, a reminder of his guru and the peace he brought to the once troubled land.
I am a professional artist and had a close relationship with Bakula Rinpoche, who sent me to India for further studies. This opportunity paved the way for my future career. Rinpoche established the Buddha Monastery, and upon his passing, I had the honor of handling his cremation and creating a silver stupa in his memory.
Like Lama Purvat, Shirindev Dolig was one of the discoveries of Kushok Bakula. A young student who Kushok Bakula helped travel to India more than 2 decades ago. He has become the most influential meditation teacher in Mongolia.
When we first time in embassy, meeting with him and sitting in the embassy chair, and then Sonu Wanchuk was translating. And then there was one lady, Mongolian, who came with me from foreign minister translating from Sanam. And then they were talking, but Bakula Rinpoche and me I felt like we are two of us together in somewhere else. And there is something connection with me. And then it changed all my thinking. And then I thought, yes, I am on the right path. This is the person who must send me to India to study the quest which I want to find the meaning of this life. And then after 3 months, the answer came from ICCR so that I could go and study in India. I was the first student from Mongolia to join Indian universities, and then 1 monk from Gandhan we were sent. And Bakula Rinpoche said, you are the lucky one. And then studying in the Banaras University, I heard this story about Naidam Bakula, but I want to prove that somewhere in the Gangur there must be proof about Bakula 1916, about 16 Barkhan's story. But then I found one sutra, which is called Naidam Juduk, where it describes the role of Bakula Rinpoche, what Buddha have given him some mission so that he could help the Dhamma, wherever there is Dhamma rises, he must go and help them to establish their Dhamma. So then I was so happy that I met the right person, the Dhamma person who Buddha sent to Mongolia.
Even today, the words, the deeds and the love of Kushok Bakula lives on in Mongolia, not least in the lives of young Buddhist students who live and study at his popular Petub monastery. This is where the tribute put together by hundreds of ordinary Mongolian people when the saintly monk died is preserved.
This is made of pure silver, weighing about 160-70 kilograms. Now, this was done after Rinpoche had passed away, and huge people from across Mongolia would come, pay respect at the monastery built by Bakula Rinpoche. This stupa was done by a very famous Mongolian artist, Buddhist monk called Lama Prubat. As you see, Rinpoche is sitting in the middle, and it has his relics. And to this side is a statue of Bakula Rinpoche himself. Is done according to his body size, literally, and the clothes that Rinpoche used to wear have been put on the statues.
Today, 2 decades after Kushok Bakula's death, the Indian government is sending statues of Bakula to Ladakh, Mongolia and other parts of Central Asia.
I was told about the history, what he has done. He was an ambassador, and what he did in Mongolia and Ladakh. We were very happy that we were going to make a sculpture of him, and that too now we are sending about 8 sitting statues and 2 standing statues to different countries.
उनकी स्टैंडिंग पोज है, उसका फेशियल एक्सप्रेशन है। फेशियल एक्सप्रेशन मतलब कोई भी चेहरा, बहुत सारे मसल्स होते हैं, ये मसल्स पहले तरह के होने से एक्सप्रेशन आँख का हलचल है, गाल है, लिप्स है, यहाँ के मसल्स है, इसके डिपेंड करता है कि ये
Esteemed personalities, scholars, please take your seats as early as possible because we are going to start our post-lunch session. And of course, this is very interesting and motivating session because such entrepreneurs from various countries who are following Buddhist principles in their commercial activities, in their livelihood efforts, few such eminent entrepreneurs from different countries are going to be part of this panel, and it will be very interesting and motivating to listen to them during this session. So I will request all of you, please come inside and take your seats.
I know a little bit now that I've read a little bit about him. I truly feel that not just that he was the biggest leader that Ladakh has seen, but he was one of the greatest leaders that India or the world has seen, really.
As long as the chants echo in the mountains, as long as the Buddha is worshipped, as long as the butter lamps are lit in the monasteries, in Ladakh, in Mongolia, across India and Central Asia, the love and legacy of Kushok Bakula shall live on.
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
कुशक बकुला रिम्पोचे एयरपोर्ट पे आपका स्वागत है।
This is the Spituk Monastery in the Himalayan mountains of Ladakh in India. It stands nearly 11,000 feet above sea level next to the airport of Leh, the capital of Ladakh. There is one thing common between the airport and the monastery. One man, one story.
Requesting all of you, please settle down as early as possible. Please take your seats. So all are requested to please take your seats as early as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, please hurry up because we want to start the second session as early as possible. And if we start in time, then we will be able to conclude it in timely and you will have enough time after that. So I will request all the panelists of this session to come on a stage. The Honorable Esteemed panelist of this session number 2. This is about the entrepreneurship and right to livelihood in the Buddha Dhamma. All the panelists. This includes His Excellency Getrul Jigme Rinpoche, President of Regon Thomtem Mendroling Monastery, India. May I request His Excellency Getrul Jigme Rinpoche to come on the stage. He is going to moderate the session. Speakers of this session are Dr. Supachai Verapuchang, entrepreneur from Thailand, Ms. Maria Aksenova, entrepreneur and investor, Russia, and Mr. Sha Yang Kong, co-founder of Glint, Singapore. So, I will request all of them to please come on the stage.
To make some fun. Такой будет, я сделаю.
We also have with us Mr. Bui Trong Thuong, Trade Counselor, Head of Trade Officer from Embassy of Vietnam. He's with us in this session, so I will request him to please come on the stage and take his seat. Mr. Bui Trong Thuong is here with us in this session, representing Vietnam during the session's deliberations. Mr. Bui Trong Thuong, please. So the guests standing outside are requested to please come inside and take your seats. We are going to start our second session, and this session is about the entrepreneurship and right livelihood in Buddha Dhamma. Once again, Namo Buddhaya, Tashi Dilek, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of International Buddhist Confederation, we once again extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished scholars, esteemed delegates and guests in our second session of this prestigious second Global Buddhist Summit. Our panelists are here on the stage, so I will request all of you to please put your hands together to welcome and express our appreciation for them being part of this panel, this session, this summit. So we welcome all the participants or the panelists in this session. And I will request His Excellency Gyattrul Jigme Rinpoche, President of Regon Thomtem Mindroling Monastery, India, who is moderator of this session. I will request him to initiate the proceedings of this session, please. Thank you. Dr. Supachai Verapochong, entrepreneur from Thailand. He will be joining us. So in this session, we have with us on the panel Dr. Supachai Verapochong, entrepreneur from Thailand. Ms. Maria Aksenova, entrepreneur and investor from Russia. Mr. Xiao Young Kong, co-founder of Glint Singapore. And we are honored to have His Excellency Gyattrul Jigme Rinpoche, President of Regon Thomtem Mindroling Monastery, India, who is going to moderate this session. So please come, Dr. Supachai Verapochong, please come on stage and take your seats. Dr. Supachai Verapochong is entrepreneur from Thailand, so he's also here. He's part of this panel. So may now I request His Excellency Gyattrul Jigme Rinpoche to start the proceedings, please.
Thank you. Very good afternoon and very warm welcome to this second session. Now that you have had a very good lunch, and me as a moderator, you can have a good nap. But please ensure not to snore. So now that we have all the speakers on board, respected spiritual leaders from different parts of the Buddhist world, participants also from different parts of the world, dignitaries. It's a privilege for me to be a moderator today on this particular topic of entrepreneurship and right livelihood in Buddha Dhamma. Now we have 4 speakers. We will be having more like a conversation as we had the first session. Abhijit did it. But I'm not a professional moderator as Abhijit is, so I'm feeling a little bit nervous here. And when I mentioned to my friends, they were laughing at me that I'm going to be a moderator on the subject of entrepreneurship, which I know not much, to be honest. But these are the gentlemen here who are excellent in their work of entrepreneurship, and I'm sure they have many things to share with you. Now, Buddhism and entrepreneurship is a topic that is not that widely discussed or often either ignored or not properly looked at in a Buddhist community, Buddhist society, particularly in a monastic environment. So money isn't very discussed or not a topic that is often discussed. But it is an important fabric of our day-to-day life. So it is also important that we have this session on entrepreneurship, meaning how, from the Buddhist point of view, from Buddhist values, can we be successful and be kind at the same time. Today the world, as we all see, going through enormous change, which the last generations haven't really seen. We are waking up every day to tremendous challenges, both internally and externally. So the point is that for a Buddhist, is it okay? Can Buddhists become rich? Can Buddhists become wealthy? Or is it Buddhist not very encouraged to become wealthy? So these are, I think everybody has in mind. And I think here in this auditorium, everybody aspires to be rich, I'm sure. See, that's not a question. And Buddhist historically doesn't encourage poverty or doesn't encourage, you see, the wealth as something, a taboo. But the point is the method of making money, method of entrepreneurship. It's not that entrepreneurship or wealth is seen as something negative, but the method of making it and then sharing the wealth are the two important points that I think the Buddhist values of the right livelihood can contribute to this. Today, when we talk about the method, it is so important to bring the focus back to interdependency. The world has seen a rapid change and a sheer lack of understanding and negligence of our interconnectedness and interdependency. Therefore, the journey from need to greed, from exploration to exploitation, is a very thin line. So the fundamental understanding of Buddhist values, particularly concerning livelihood, entrepreneurship, and so on, is actually the core of understanding that we are interconnected. Patitya Samupad. That is the universal truth. And on that basis, I think we can also explore to talk about. Because when you understand the interconnectedness, interdependency, then we also understand that our own health or happiness or wealth is directly dependent on others. So taking care of others' well-being is our moral responsibility because we are dependent on others. So when we understand this one, the first fundamental of interconnectedness, we also understand compassion. So I think these are the two things. Also, generally speaking, when we say I'm a Buddhist, people view to you as nicely, kindly, sympathetically, but somehow not as regard you seriously. You see what I mean? I think many of you must have felt the same thing. When I was in Bhutan, I met the king who had grand visions. He told me that people visit Bhutan, a lot of people from different parts of the world, different backgrounds, and they're very happy to see Bhutan, of course, for whatever it is. And they are so impressed with Bhutan, the purity, the environment, and the culture, and so on. But the king said that most of the people do go for more sympathy, sympathizing. But to the point that almost sound like, oh, you're so great, but you're actually quite poor. See? So the king wishes to change that. Can Buddhists be kind and wealthy? And it's a session before we talk about Asia's century. I think that is wonderful to hear that because majority of Buddhists lives in Asia. So not saying too much from my side, I would like to now touch on probably the first. I like to ask, perhaps you are the youngest one, Mr. I now have to use my glass. This is the first sign of impermanence. So I'm a living teaching of Buddhism. Xi Kong. You are the co-founder of Gleans, Southeast Asia's leading career discovery platform. So I think you are working a lot with young people, isn't that? So could you just tell a little bit about how was your experience in working with young people and about career development, about entrepreneurship, but at the same time bringing certain Buddhist values?
Thank you very much, His Excellency, for the question. Very honored to be here. I think there's a lot more I can learn from actually the crowd than I can teach. But just happy to share my experiences. So I'm Ing Chong. I co-founded a job portal, basically. It's the second largest in Indonesia. And we work with young people a lot. So young people is our target audience. We basically help them to find jobs. And one of the big problems in Indonesia right now is very high youth unemployment, right? And so we see a lot of growing unease and unrest among the young people. And even within our company, when we first started, because we couldn't afford to hire senior people, older people, so we work with a lot of young people, right? In the beginning, I remember at one point in time, our company's average age is maybe 25 years old. And so it was a very young team, and I got to see how they work day to day. And there are a couple of misconceptions that the older generation had about the younger generation, like the Gen Z and the millennials, that eventually got dispelled when I worked with them day to day. So one of them was that the younger generation, they tend to be more hedonistic, right? They tend to like to live fast, right? They don't really think very long term. And that's, to a certain extent, is true when I speak to my younger team members. They tend not to think so long term. But it's not because of short-sightedness, right? Actually, they do face a lot of challenges in the current economy. A lot of them feel like the economy has developed and closed off certain paths to progress to them. And especially in Indonesia, where my market is and where most of my team members are, they do feel that there are very limited opportunities for them to grow. Like they felt like the economic progress for some of these countries has grown past them, right, in their parents' generation. So there's a certain sense of not that much hope in certain segments of the younger population, right? And therefore they do need. Sometimes they are looking for guidance, like how do I progress? How do I find meaning in life in this fast-moving world? Another thing is that they also tend to not be as career-focused. They are looking for a bigger sense of meaning in their lives. They've seen how their parents have worked very hard for just to bring economic sustainability for the family, but right now I think they are looking for something more. So that's also one of the motivations I've seen for young people looking to religion. In Singapore, where I grew up, Buddhism actually is also starting to grow among the younger generation, and they are trying to go beyond just the rites and rituals, actually go deeper into the philosophy and the fundamental teachings of the Buddha. So looking for direction, looking for guidance, being able to anchor their value system in something that is more timeless, that's something I also see the younger generation is looking for right at this period.
Thank you. I think you also started young, right, yourself. And how did the Buddhist values affected you in your path, in your career of entrepreneurship?
I always like to think that I was a Buddhist first, and then an entrepreneur second. I first got in touch with Buddhism when I was 10 years old. My uncle told me that if you meditate hard enough, you can see your past lives. So I tried to do that. I didn't see my past life till now. I only see my present suffering. But from there, I got an exposure into Buddhism. And when I was 11, he introduced me to Theravada Buddhism in Malaysia that spread from Thailand. And to this day, I'm very grateful for that, to him as well as the teachers that I had. I was ordained as a monk for a short period of time. I think it was a tradition in Thailand that they brought to Malaysia and now increasingly to Singapore. And so, therefore, when I started my company, when I was 21 years old, I dropped out of school. I went to university in the US, but I dropped out because I wanted to find a path that is, I felt more in line with what I was looking for, right? I tried looking at the traditional pathways, and they didn't quite resonate with me. I was supposed to go down the finance pathway, but when I spoke to seniors who were in that industry, I felt like maybe the values didn't quite resonate with me. So when I dropped out, my parents were initially quite shocked. But after I told them, I can always go back to school, they agreed. But now it's been 12 years, I have not gone back since. But they've seen that I've grown as a person, grown as an entrepreneur, and increasingly they have accepted that path for me. Yeah. So bring back to the question. I felt always that one thing that was missing in a lot of the businesses I've seen is the focus on the people, right? Ultimately, I feel like business is not just a profit-making machine. There are people involved, and I think you make profits to benefit the people, right? And primarily your customers, but also your team members and all the stakeholders that are involved. I think along the way, there's many opportunities for us to get distracted. And I think there's a reason why money is a little bit of a taboo topic in Buddhism, or is avoided, because I do see when you're interacting with it day to day, there's a huge temptation to see as part of you, part of yourself, part of your identity. So having to remind myself frequently that this is a resource that you use to build a business to benefit the people is an ongoing practice. I wouldn't say I have reached there yet. I'm still on the path to making that more and more real for me in my day-to-day life.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I'll come back to you. So also, I think when we talk about the youth, And of course, we are now living in a very fast-moving world, and a lot of informations and social media and so things. So we are sort of bombarded with all the entertainment. So in that kind of scenario, having a focused discipline or focused attention is often very difficult in the young people. One time, a year back, I was traveling in the plane, and I was sitting next to a young girl. We had to travel about 3 hours of journey, and then I saw her quite distressed and really like cut off, and so I felt bad about it, and I finally asked her what is happening. Yeah. So she told the whole story, and the final thing is that she says in the social medias and the internets, everything is packed within half a minute. All the informations are packed within half a minute. Then she goes back to her class, which takes 40 minutes on one page. So she cannot remain focused. Okay. So I'm wondering how one can apply, I mean, all of you actually applying certain mindfulness and other Buddhist values into the entrepreneurship to get more discipline and focus attention to be more effective and productive. Do you apply any sort of mindfulness or particular practice to maintain that focus? Yeah, I'm just coming back to you once more. Thank you.
Yes, actually, I feel that I do see, because I'm the oldest of three siblings. My youngest of which he's 24 right now. And actually, I do think that social media is one of the biggest problems that the youngest generation has to face with. I see that oftentimes I see half the day he's on his computer playing games or really just browsing short videos. So you mentioned half a minute is the attention span. I think actually right now it's 10 seconds or shorter, especially with TikTok, where they have to capture your attention within 5 to 10 seconds. Otherwise, you're going to drift off. And I have a couple of friends who are teachers, teaching primary school students right now, and they tell me that increasingly attention span is one of the biggest problems they have with their students. They are unable to sit and listen to a lesson for more than 30 minutes without getting very bored. So therefore, I do see, like in Singapore, a lot of youth are starting to turn to meditation, a small but growing number. And personally, I feel, even for me, right, as an adult, when I'm on social media sometimes, I do feel that the draw is very real. And I think it just taps on the fundamental human behavior to always compare, right, and look out for external validation. So it just hijacks that system for me, right? So therefore, definitely, I think the first meditation practice I got exposed to is the very simple anapanasati, right? Just observing the in and out breath, and bringing the mind constantly away from distraction into unification with the breath. That has been very helpful for me when it comes to work also. Yeah.
Yeah, Si Ying Kong, thank you so much. Did I pronounce you right? I hope so. Or is it Kong or Chong? Chong. Chong. Yeah, Si Chong. Yeah. Okay, sorry for that. Now, our next speaker is Dr. Supachai Verapuchong. I hope I pronounce you right, sir. And you are, of course, a Buddhist philosopher and a peace communicator and entrepreneur, so many things together in you. You're also serving as the founder and secretary general of Bodh Gaya Vijalaya Institute. Is that correct? Yeah. So, can you just give us some about your own personal experience of how do you integrate the three? Thank you.
Actually, I was a monk 3 times, because this is the Thai tradition that before you get married, you should be a monk. So first time when I was 25 years old, I'm lucky I have the really good guru teaching me in Thailand. And after that, when I was again 45 years old, I was a monk again. under the Bodhi tree here, Gaya in India. That changed my life, you see. So my last time that I was a monk is in the March in 2020, the beginning of COVID period in India again. So this is a history that, when I was a monk, because of, the Ministerial of Foreign Affairs, they would like to, do the blessing for His Majesty the King of Thailand, King Bhumibol, King Rama IX, when he complete 80 years old, the same age of the great Lord Buddha. So I put the Buddha robe, bald head like all of us here, 3 times. So this is something that I learned. And actually I learned from this great land, India. I would like to say that I got a lot of gift and a lot of, the spirit. Maybe something that super specious. For me, I don't want to talk about that, but I would like to talk that after I learn and I understand the meditation. So now I use meditation, to work. Normally, when I was young, I've been trained to close my eye. I will call still meditation. Try to close your ayatana, 5 senses. You see, eye, nose, ear, mouth, even your body, you see, to create, the feeling. And as I'm the leader and I run so many business, I'm in charge more than 18 companies in Southeast Asia, mostly in Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos, and Myanmar. I also running 7 hotels under me, like a Sofitel in Phnom Penh, Sofitel Angkor Wat, Sofitel in Krabi, Novotel Phuket, all those ones. So I would like to say like this, that if we are the Buddhism and we learn, but we never practice, this is useless. You need to prove yourself that Dhamma is real or not. So for me, I challenging. Actually, I not believe in the Buddha teaching. Sorry to say that in front of everyone. I'm a little bit naughty boy. I'm not the good boy. Come on. I like behave, like a gangster when I was young. This is my life. And I feeling that most of the Arahant in the old time, even Sariputta, Mokkhalana, this is all the son of the rich man. Even, the Lord Buddha is the prince. You know what I mean? So they all been spoiled by all the, all the comfort, all the ladies, drunk, enjoy nightlife, killing all the animal. They never believe in the 5 precepts. Sorry to say that. Yes, I'm that kind of people. I'm that kind of people. But one day, when I was a monk here, and I found out something that changed my life. So now I come back, and I using all my emotion, my extremist feeling, to work for the Lord Buddha. So today, I always joking with all my colleagues, especially people, my good friend. You see, I met him when he was, Thai ambassador in Nepal, 18 years ago. And he also was a monk with us. We all, the gang of the monk. You see, but short period, only 2 weeks, 3 weeks time. And later on, I prove it that when I using Dhamma, and I control myself. Actually, at the beginning, I cannot realize my breathing in and out. 5 times, 10 times, I lost my memory. But today, I would like to say that even I swim for 1 hour, I realize my breathing in and out 1,000 times now. I would like to say one word that even, this is for my life, even I go to the toilet to pee, if I not realize my breathing, I cannot pee now. Sorry to say that. This is my life now. So that's why when I input those meditation in the reality, not close your eye, but open your eye, open your ear, open your mouth, and keep listening. And after that, when you feel happiness, suffering, whatever, I'm in the business. Normally, we agree. Because the businessman thinking about the profit, I take a look at P&L. And I found out that I have the meeting sometime in the board, 5 companies at the same time. But in the world. First company, I earn, let's say, $5 million. I'm happy. After that 5 minutes, another GM present to me, this is the target, 10 million, but I got the achieve only 7 million. I feel suffering. So later on, I'm feeling that I'm so crazy. Because what I learned, even in the material world, I'm gonna die. When I die, Well, in the world, I cannot bring any single dollar with me. I may die tonight or tomorrow. You see? And even all the emotion that I feeling, happiness or suffering, is all gone. I eat the food omakase, 18 course when in the world. First one, it look good. I like it. After that, another 10 seconds, I don't like it. I feel suffering. I unhappy. I'm so crazy now. Why I need to stuck with all those kind of feeling? That, your 5 sense receiving it. Why don't you listen to the Buddha and come back to analyze your mind, your spirit, your soul now? Satta. I learn. And after that, imagine, sorry, I let you know, my hotel, I have 3 Sofitel. Sofitel in Siem Reap, Sofitel in Phnom Penh, Sofitel in Krabi. All my 3 Sofitel is in the world ranking. Condé Nast magazine, in the travel and leisure, in the top of the golden list of the world, until the chairman of Accor Group, the ladies. He said that we have more than 130 Sofitel around the world, but your Sofitel, Dr. Supachai, why you can make it in the world ranking? And all my staff, not Thai people, all the foreigner from US, Spain, France, UK, I input Dhamma to them. And I let them understand the life of the teaching of Dhamma. Definition for me for Dhamma is Sila, right? Sila, that means normal life. Normal life, that means you don't hurt anyone and you don't hurt yourself. You don't have to know what is a precept 5, but what you did and what you try to do in your life, you don't hurt anyone when in the world and don't hurt yourself. That's the meaning of Sila. This is the Bali and Sanskrit. So, normal life of everyone, not the same. My life, I can drink. Normally, the precept 5 not allowed to drink, but I read the text. In the old time, there are some Arahant that drank and got the enlightenment. Come on. This is in the Taipatika. So that means I can drink. But if I drink, I'm not drunk. I'm not hurt anyone. I'm okay now. Wow. I don't know that you agree or not, but this is for us. That I feeling that my normal life and your own life totally different. You don't have to change yourself. You enjoy your life, but keep in mind, don't hurt anyone and don't hurt yourself. And after that, not meaning that you have the wisdom. The wisdom coming from what you understand well, the highest, the teaching of the Buddha, we call Tairak. Anicang, Tukkhang, Anatta. That means everything that you cannot control. This is Anicang. Everything change. You see, even the world, even the sun, it will gone one day. Maybe another billion years, it will gone for sure. You see, don't talk about us. We're going to die. Even I'm very rich, I cannot bring anything. Even emotional. You feel suffering, happiness, jealousy, anger, whatsoever, greed, it's gone. If you input your mind like that day by day in your real life, you know what I mean? And you practice it, you're going to have the real wisdom that you don't have to learn in any university. It becomes from deep inside of your spirit. You get it already. You know what I mean? But because you circulate, you born many million lives until you don't understand and you attach or incline with all those feelings. So this is what I would like to say today, that I deliver and I success. And I would like to say one thing. Some business, you don't have to earn the profit. I'm also the owner of Television 5 in Cambodia. I don't know my brother Suvaratana here or not, Secretary of State from Foreign Affairs Ministry from Cambodia. I do that business since 1995 until today, becoming 31 years. You imagine, I still lost in that business today. Who is the businessman that's gonna run the business? 30 years, but still losing the P&L. This is me. Why? I don't want the money well in the world. But I would like to use my television to teaching Dhamma to my children, to my grandchildren. And what I get is not the money, but this is the Karma and Dhamma that I believe. So I actually similar to all of us. Sorry to take a bit long.
No,
I would like to stop now. So it's a chance for another people. But I just would like to say a few words that my life, the world today is the world of chaos. If we can input the Dhamma teaching to the leader of the world or the world leader, we're going to have peace. All the problem not coming from the people, but coming from the arrogant, ego bias of the leader. I, my, always create the problem. You see today, people just mentioned about the divorce. You see, I don't have to name anyone, but now they would like to live, in the war again. Because they are desperate. They would like to survive for themselves, but try to rob another country and another people again. So as the businessman, we should not behave like that at all. You should know that you cannot hunting for the money like a dog, hunting for the meat until last day of your life. For what? You cannot bring it next life. This is what I believe, Venerable. Thanks again.
Thank you, Dr. Supachai Verapuchong. Thank you. Seems like you've become a better monk by being not a monk, and a better drinker by not drunk. So I might be inspired to follow your path.
Then we have a lot of, the
yes.
a lot of things.
Thank you. That is, very good to hear you. You are, involved with being a monk also a few times. So, and then you have a certain understanding of the monk's life as well. And then also you know very well now the life outside of the monastery. And you are an entrepreneur. And you're also doing a lot in promoting peace. And probably you engage in conflict resolution and peace like that. So that is, a very wonderful thing. Now, I have a practical question is that now, when we talk about Buddhist values, it is mostly about, I think it's more to do with emotions, with, more to do with the hearts and the decision in the heart. But when it comes to business and challenges and strategies and plan and all things, it is mostly do with your mind. So your mind tells you, go for profit, go for exploitation, take the chance, But somewhere your heart tells you something else, because that's where the emotion comes of the Buddhist values, let's say. So that in that fine moment, how do you decide? What makes you decide? Please.
It's easy to answer this question. You follow your mind and your spirit. If you do your best, you need to happy with the consequence. This is me, that's all. I happy with all the consequence that I did for 18 companies. I have up to 5,000 staff under me. So when we have the problem, I would like to give one sample. It's maybe in front of my former minister about the fighting between Thailand and Cambodia. You see, I have more than 8 companies in Cambodia. And right now, my sales product go down more than 90%. Let's say that I used to sell, let's say $1 million a month. Right now, my sales less than $100,000 a month. I still okay. Because why? I told all my colleagues that you do your best. But I don't want you to feel any suffering at all. Because suffering, that means you have no stick. You have no mindfulness. The businessman like us, and especially the GM, general manager, you need to input your mind with all the happiness. Clear mind, empty mind, that you can make the right decision. But when your mind full of greed, anger, jealousy, hate, like today, it's a lot of hatred between our two countries. I would like to say like that because of fighting. And we are the Buddhist country. So I run the business there. Not easy, but I still smiling. Happiness. Even myself down, because I know well that I earn a lot of money. But if I'm losing, sometimes it's nothing at all for me. So you do your best. Happy with that one. But principle of Dhamma, you must keep on your main road. You know what I mean? You must keep on your main road. Not weaken your mind. But thinking that, hey, what the success? If you can keep on the main road of Dhamma and you can control your mind, that you practice meditation, like brother just mentioned about your realizing breathing in and out, you keep input that one. and you're going to see the consequence, and you're going to be superhero. I tell you, Itapaya Jatta, Paticca Samuttabhat, the cause and the effect rule. This is very important. If you do this, you're going to get that. If you get that and you continue, you're going to get what next? You're going to foresee the future. Believe me. It's just, you just mentioned that you don't realize your previous life. I tell you, brother, you're going to know next year what you're going to be. 10 years, what you're going to be. You're going to see it. If you stick on this belief, believe me. This is my answer, Vanilla Bell.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now come to next speaker, Miss Maria Aksanova. We know well each other for the last many years. We have also, our last meeting was in Russia on the similar kind of topic we had. Maria Aksanova is an entrepreneur, investor, educator, researcher, and also a practicing Buddhist, if I may say. Is it correct to say? Yeah.
Yes.
And you talked last time, I remember, about creating Buddhist millionaires. I remember that. Something vaguely about. And I'm waiting that to happen, of course. I think a lot of people would love to be a millionaire very soon. And could you please share about your experience, about how you integrate Buddhist values into your entrepreneurship, into your, work?
Thank you very much, Jigme Rinpoche. Thank you all participants, Rinpoches, monks, nuns, just official from different country, and all participants. My English is not perfect, so let me have my translator. And I start to speak Russian. Тема моего сегодняшнего выступления – духовность и деньги. Очень острая тема и тема, которую действительно очень редко поднимают.
So today I would like to talk on a topic which is called spirituality and money, a very sharp topic and very spicy, so to speak, and the topic which is rarely been touched upon.
Jigme Rinpoche задал важный вопрос. Можем ли мы иметь деньги и не быть жадными? Я задам другой вопрос. Можем ли мы делать добрые дела прямо в момент, когда мы делаем бизнес?
Rinpoche asked a very right question. Can we be rich and not be greedy at the same time? But I would like to ask another one. What if can we do good things while earning money?
Я подготовила очень красивую презентацию, но ее не выводят на экран, поэтому некоторые слайды я буду вот показывать.
So I've prepared the presentation, but it is not visible as I can see, so I will be showing some slides on paper.
Для многих людей большие деньги и глубокая духовность – противоположные вещи. Но так ли это на самом деле?
So for many people, the big money and spirituality are completely different things, but is it true to life?
Видно на слайде, вот я держу на одной стороне большие деньги, а на другой огромный светильник в Бутане.
It is depicted on the slide. I'm holding, on one picture I'm holding a lot of money, and on the second one there is a lamp in my hands.
Дело в том, что духовность, следование духовному пути, когда мы не имеем результатов в реальном мире, часто оказывается самообманом.
The point is that when we follow the spiritual path and do not see any outcomes, any result in our real life, it usually looks like if we are cheating over ourselves.
Я знаю много историй, когда у людей не получается создать семью, не получается заработать деньги. И тогда они сами себя обманывают и говорят: ой, мне не надо, я духовный человек.
I knew a lot of stories when people are just unable to earn money, unable to create a family, and then they are just cheating over themselves, saying that, oh, I don't need this, I don't need money, I don't need family, I am a person of spirituality.
С другой стороны, я знаю очень много историй, когда люди в бесконечной гонке за деньгами чувствуют себя просто, как будто они бегают по кругу, они теряют смысл жизни.
And at the same time, I know some stories of some people who are in a constant race for money, for earning more and more money, and they're like running around the circle and losing the value of life in this race.
Вопрос: можем ли мы совместить результаты в духовной жизни и результаты в бизнесе?
The question is, can we combine our achievements in spiritual life with the achievements in business?
Будда давал учение о срединном пути, и обычно мы его применяем к нашей практике.
Lord Buddha taught us of the middle path, and we usually use this approach in our practice.
Но учение о срединном пути мы можем применять также к балансу между работой и семьей, к балансу между духовной практикой и бизнесом.
This teaching we can also apply while balancing between work and family and between business and spirituality.
И я знаю, что многие предприниматели, пока зарабатывают деньги, они нарушают духовные принципы. Они реально становятся жадными, обманывают, но потом они делают хорошие дела.
And I know some examples of some entrepreneurs who are earning money and during this process start violating their spiritual principles, start cheating, they become greedy, but later on they proceed to doing good things.
Вопрос: можем ли мы оставаться честными, добрыми, людьми, которые заботятся о других прямо в тот момент, когда мы работаем, когда мы делаем бизнес?
The question is, can we stay good and kind people, caring of the ones we love, right while we're working, right on the same moment?
Вот у меня здесь есть иллюстрация. Thank you very much. Maybe it will more bright. Вот здесь я представила коня ветров, и жить в балансе между управлением деньгами и духовностью — это как будто управлять норовистым конем. Это очень сложное искусство.
So here I would like to say that living in balance between money and spirituality is like riding a tempered horse, a very complicated task.
И это искусство на самом деле заслуживает уважения.
And this actually an art of managing with this deserve respect.
И я хочу поделиться своей историей, как я понимаю бизнес по-буддийски.
So, and I would like to share my story, my idea of understanding the Buddhist-focused business.
Я из обычной семьи, не бедной, но и не богатой. Я провела детство в коммунальной квартире.
So I'm from a normal family, middle class family, not a rich one and not poor one.
И мой самый первый бизнес, я создала вот такую энциклопедию, в ней 63 тома.
So this is my first business. I've created an encyclopedia book, and it contains 63 volumes.
Тираж 20 миллионов экземпляров.
And we've published 20 million copies.
За создание этой энциклопедии мы были награждены премией президента Российской Федерации в области образования.
And we were awarded with a special prize of the President of the Russian Federation in the field of education for publishing this edition.
Дело в том, что мы заботились о качестве каждого слова, каждой иллюстрации, которые были помещены в эту книгу. Мы были просто фанатами качества.
The point is that we were, so to speak, a fanatic of quality of what we are doing, and every word in this book and every picture was very carefully worked on by us.
В 29 лет я стала миллионером. Как сказал Джигме Ринпоче, далеко не все люди становятся миллионерами. Но я стала им, когда я приносила знания и заботилась о качестве для многих-многих миллионов людей.
So I became a millionaire in my 29. As Rinpoche said, not many people do become millionaires, but I managed to do that, and I've done it through the knowledge and through the tireless work over quality, over education for millions of people.
Вопрос. Делают ли деньги меня бездуховным человеком?
So here we have the question, does money make me a non-spiritual person?
При условии, что то, что я делала, приносит пользу нескольким поколениям.
Taking into account that my works is beneficial for several generations of people.
Конечно, используя деньги, я делаю много добрых дел. Например, вот эта ступа на левой картинке в монастыре отца Джигме Ринпоче, Намка Дриме Ринпоче, построена на мои подношения.
So I'm also doing many good things using this particular money, and for example, we've financed the construction of the stupa that you can see on the picture.
Но я считаю, что разделение на зарабатывание денег, на бизнес и делание добрых дел – это ошибка. Это создает крайности. А Будда как раз нам говорил, не создавать крайности.
But I'm convinced that separating doing business and doing a good thing is a wrong way of thinking. Because it is also contradictory to what Buddha was teaching us.
А в момент, когда я создавала энциклопедию, я одновременно зарабатывала деньги и заботилась о людях, о наших читателях, о членах команды. Я давала развитие всем, кто прикасался к этому проекту.
So while making money through this encyclopedia, I was also taking care of many people, doing good things to them, to everyone who was engaged in the process of its preparation, and with those who will use it further on.
И, конечно, я хочу напомнить, что капитал – это не только деньги. Иногда поделиться улыбкой бывает даже важнее, чем капитал. Вот я написала на слайде виды капитала, которые мы все используем.
And of course, capital is not only about money. Sometimes sharing a smile with other person can also become, so to speak, a capital. So here on this slide, you can see the kinds of capital that I would like to mention and to stress out.
Я очень люблю метафору граненого стакана. Каждая грань стакана – это грань нашей жизни.
I am very much fond of this metaphor of the glass that you can see on the picture. So every side of a glass of such type is a kind of side of our lives.
Вопрос. Если грани — это грани нашей жизни, что такое дно стакана? На чем стоят грани нашей жизни?
So if the sides of a glass are a metaphor to the sides of our life, then what is the bottom of it? What is the basement of our life?
Мой ответ, что наше состояние, наша осознанность. Когда мы осознаны, то решения, принятые из этого состояния, становятся верными. Они являются и духовными, и правильными с финансовой точки зрения, и дают заботу о других людях.
So I think this fundamental thing is self-consciousness. So once we make decisions based on that, these decisions are always right and beneficial not only for us, but for other people as well.
Здесь я привожу цитату Джигме Ринпоче, фразу, которую он сказал в листе, что для того, чтобы быть духовным, не обязательно быть бедным. Если мы не монах, просто для монаха это отдельный тренинг. Но если мы миряне, то наша задача тренироваться в том числе в искусстве жизни.
So here I would like to quote some thoughts of Jigme Rinpoche that he expressed while being in Elista at the Buddhist Forum. So of course you can see these quotations on the slide. So it is possible to be successful and kind at the same time. And if you are not a monk, of course, there is no problem in gain.
Не знаю, насколько точная цитата, потому что двойной перевод получился. Поэтому я считаю, что очень важно соединить два полюса: успех в духовности и успех в мирской жизни.
And that is why I think that we should unite the success in our spiritual life and success in our work and in our regular life.
И поскольку я помогаю молодым предпринимателям развиваться, я бываю ментором, то я создала метод, основанный на 3 китах. Это твердые навыки, психология денег и духовность.
So since I also work as a mentor for young entrepreneurs, I've created such a type of method which is based on 3, so to speak, whales. The first one is hard skills, the second one is mindset, and the third one spirituality. You can see the scheme on the slide.
Спасибо большое за внимание. Мне даже немного неудобно, что я говорю, а Ринпоче меня слушают, но, надеюсь, зато я сказала что-то новое по поводу денег и духовности.
Thank you so much for your kind attention. I hope I managed to say something new in this audience regarding the spirituality and money. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. That was very beautiful, wonderful. You touched on some very basic important point, creating an economy, sustainably reasonable economy based on the understanding of interdependence, interconnectedness. Also then based on the principle of metta and compassion and care to distribute, to share the accumulation of your wealth. So these are 2 things really important aspect of Buddhist values. Is that Buddhism doesn't forbid anyone to create money or create wealth. Wealth isn't seen as the enemy, but the method is important. So sustainable, based on interconnectedness, and at the same time, then finally when you have acquired wealth, what you do with that to share, based on compassion and service to the humanity. So this is a really important thing. And I also see that you have a YouTube channel called Money and Happiness. Yeah, just answer shortly. Does money makes you happy?
В русском языке есть такая пословица «не в деньгах счастье». Она тоже противопоставляет деньги и счастье. Но я считаю, что деньги и счастье могут быть вместе. Просто нельзя ждать, что только деньги принесут счастье, и нельзя ждать, что если у тебя есть счастье, то деньги вообще тебе не нужны. Должны быть вместе.
Well, so there is a saying in Russian which can be translated as the happiness is not in money, but yes, here we also can see the contradiction of money and happiness, but I do not share this point of view. I think that money and happiness can come together, but not completely. So there can be...
Не надо ждать, что из денег получится сразу счастье.
So one should not expect that the money will bring him or her happiness at once, and at the same time you should also not expect that while being happy you will not need money at all.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was Maria Aksanova. Then now we are coming to the last speaker today, Mr. Bui Trung Thong. He's a trade counselor, head of trade office, Embassy of Vietnam. Welcome. I think we are all somehow touching on one important ground, is the need of transparency and honesty in the business, so to speak. But that is also a very, very gray area to talk about, the honesty, transparency in the business. Some years ago, I met a diplomat who asked me a question. A diplomat asked me a question, how can I be honest? And I said, next life. So, it's an interesting question coming from a diplomat. How can I be honest? So my question, or I think we would like to know, in your as a counselor, how do you touch on the subject of transparency and honesty from the Buddhist perspective to have a successful entrepreneurship?
Yeah, thank you very much, Excellency Yichu Jimei Jimboche, and Venerable Master Nang and Nurse, and ladies and gentlemen, all the Buddha followers. Actually, first of all, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and especially to IBC, International Buddhist Confederation. As many of you here may surprise because of my presence here as speaker. There are several reasons before I address the question. Number one, because as the plan, we have very renowned entrepreneurs, Mr. Nguyễn Xuân Trường, who is one of we would be very happy if he present here today, because I reckon as our age, like you can say 15 to 20 years back, Mr. Trường, who's one of person who changed many young non-Buddhist people to Buddhist people by building many big Buddhist temples in Vietnam. So at that time, many young, before like me, before we are non-religion, because even in my CV, I often mention that I'm non-religion. But when many temples was built in Vietnam, and we come to Buddhist temple frequently, so naturally we became Buddhist. And second one, when I came to India, I have been here more than 10 years. So it converts me from like half Buddhist to 100% Buddhist person. So when I received the call from Director General Mr. Abhisit Hada to invite me to the second global Buddhist conference today. So I'm very happy. I said that what I can contribute to the successful of the summit international in any capacity, in volunteer or in receiver or even in speaker. So I'm very happy to do that, and today very happy because of not missing the speaker. He not present here, so I become here. So I explain to many of you that why I become here. And come back to the question how to become the champion. I think it's a common question to everyone here. But being a diplomat, so because every government officer or diplomat, we have like strictly follow the rule and regulation of the government. It's number one. Number two, we have to follow the ethical principle of the host country or relative country. So for diplomats, like small talk. But it's simple, like many speakers already said that it's very simple that what is law, what is true law. So we live with the truth law. So it's simple to become transparent and honesty. And come back to the theme of the session today. Actually, I would like to say, because I'm a counselor, but I'm in charge of business and investment. So I have many chances to meet either the businessman who come to India, to Bhutan, or some other, to do investment, to develop like Buddhist circus, or they could like to invest, to develop some like hotel or resort or besides the buildings, the temples there. So I have chance to meet many of them. So I think that is a very good opportunity to awareness the young entrepreneur to do more. It's not enough. It's to do more, to contribute to the Buddhist community. And this morning also, I enjoy a lot. All of speaker, especially His Excellency Maris, who's a former Minister of External Affairs of Thailand. Yeah, he mentioned that he skipped Davos to join this summit. I think in order to skip that, so I think next time, next Davos summit, we should have one theme, one section regarding to Buddhist and the relationship between the entrepreneur and ethical, and you can express the Buddha message to all the leader. Then I think that's no more war in this planet. This I think is very good and very important.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Buitun Thong. It's very wonderful to hear you. So I think we will now have a closing question to each of you. One question. Please have a short answer. I'll go to Dr. Supachai Verapuchong. How do you balance profitability with social responsibility in a competitive market?
As the Dhamma lead me the way, I do believe that today I'm not working for myself now. I'm not talking about the business more than 2 decades. I let my management team running the business. I create the strategy. And my strategy that I gave to all my colleagues is Dhamma. That everyone need to be thinking that every of your life important to every single one, especially if you can lecture to all the leader of every single field, not only politician, even the businessman, whoever. I'm thinking that after the listening, I believe that everyone have good thing and bad thing. If you have only good, you never behave bad thing, you're not gonna born again. You got the enlightenment already. So that means today the world need to understand the keyword that is very important for our Dhamma belief is the forgiveness. That's why I never complain anyone, but I just would like everyone that I know to listen Sutta first. If you still have a chance to listen, you have a chance to change your life. But if you never have a chance to listening about Dhamma, you cannot change it because you cannot realize by yourself. So that's why, Venerable, I believe that with the world crisis today, with Dhamma, it's going to create us the golden chance and opportunity to flip-flop the world. I still believe. And I believe that the world will come back to have Dhamma again. I do believe that whatever nationality, whatever religious that you believe, you don't have to change your religious. Dhamma is the universal belief. Even the alien need to believe in Dhamma.
Thank you.
This is what I believe.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next to Si Ying Chong. Yeah. So if you have one message to the youth, one thing that they need to succeed in life, to have a successful leadership in business, what would it be?
I would say if there's one message I can share, it is that there is more to life than just career and material success. And as what Miss Maria shared, actually the foundation of well-being in our lives is a good ethical foundation, a clear mind, as well as a full heart. So if there are, what is one thing that I want them to take away is that's the foundation to build, and everything else will sort of follow from there.
Thank you. And next one, Maria. How does Buddhist philosophy guide your approach to leadership and employee well-being?
Я считаю, что самое главное в жизни – это развитие.
I think that the main thing in our life is development.
В бизнесе мы имеем очень большой вызов, поэтому предприниматели автоматически вынуждены развиваться все время.
We are having many challenges while doing business, so that is why the entrepreneurs have to develop themselves all the time.
Буддийский подход дает нам очень много инструментов для развития.
And the Buddhist approach gives us very many tools for development.
Есть такое понятие «исламская экономика».
There is a term, Islamic economy.
К сожалению, термин «буддийская экономика» пока не очень широко распространен.
And at the same time, the term and the concept of Buddhist economy is not that much well spread.
Я считаю, что он должен быть распространен шире. Это поможет нам развиваться быстрее и развиваться в бизнесе, сохраняя принципы осознанности, доброты, сострадания и всех буддийских принципов.
I think that we should promote the Buddhist economy as a concept, and that very concept will be very useful for us in terms of following the Buddhist principles, ideas and values.
После Международного буддийского форума в Элисте мы основали Международный буддийский бизнес-клуб. Вот мы буквально 2 дня назад подписали учредительные документы. Здесь вот присутствует часть учредителей. Вот Геше Йонтен вышел, но тоже вот был здесь.
So during the International Buddhist Forum in Elista, we've established International Buddhist
Международный буддийский бизнес-клуб.
We've established the International Buddhist Business Club, and just a couple of days ago we've signed the statute and other establishing documents of this organization. There are some founding members present in this hall, including Geshe Yongten and some other members as well.
Я приглашаю всех присоединяться к буддийскому бизнес-развитию.
And I would like to propose everyone to join the Buddhist business development and to join this club.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So now the last closing question to Mr. Bui Tron Tong. How do you cultivate a workplace that reflects the value of non-harming and respect? Non-harming, not harming, and respect. How do you cultivate a workplace culture?
Thank you very much for question. I think this question not for me. I think that this question is important for any young entrepreneurs. Normally, yes, actually I'm not entrepreneurs as upon other honorable speaker here, but being listening to all of them, I think that it's not easy, yeah, to make decision between profits and social responsibility. But I really think that if you have kind hearts, if you have like responsibility at nature, so step by step you can create the non-harmful environment maybe by symbol. Maybe at the workplace, you can place the Buddha statue, and you can make like maybe heavy like moonrise and monsoon. You do some respect to Buddha. It's one way. Another way that you also like Mr. Subarjai already said that you can teach, you can give lecture to any of your colleagues. Either they work with you, work with them in their company, or you are like guardsman, or any relationship. If you have any chance, so you should spread the Buddha message. So I think time to come. So it's going impact to own employee. So I think you will create the good, impactful environment in the working place.
Thank you. So, venerable monks and ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ending here this session, and I would like to thank all the speakers for your precious words, your experience, and I think many of us here have actually learned something and could become a topic to discuss for the next time. So thank you so much, and I'd like to thank IBC also for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Oh, you have a question, please? Yes. We can allow one question, please.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Dr. Bhadan Rahul Bodhi. I am really enlightened to listen to this talk. It's very nice that how to keep balance in money and social work. How can you use money properly? That is a very nice thing that you have enlightened us. Other things, I am traveling to many countries. I am a member of many international organizations also. But I heard the Christian people, they have got a huge community fund as a Christian. They help each other. Muslim people, they have got a huge community fund. Hindu people also, they have got the huge community fund. And all religious, they have got. But I see our Buddhist people all over the world, I have not seen any big community fund for the propagation of Buddha's message and Buddha's compassion and love. So I would like to ask you if you know any such organization, will be very happy to listen it. But I myself don't know such a big organization who is having millions of fund for the propagation of Buddha's message and protection of Buddhist culture and religion. Thank you. This is my question, sir.
Yeah. Do you wish to answer, some of you, please? Any of you want to answer? I think his question is basically, is there a Buddhist fund, so to speak, collected fund somewhere that can be available for development for Buddhist?
Yeah, propagation, education, and
education, all these things. Yeah.
Yeah, propagation of Buddha's message also. You know, the message is really very universal, well known. Each and everyone wants to learn the way of compassion, kindness, because that is the best quality. What Buddha said: if you want to become a good person, you must have karuna, metta, and compassion, love, kindness, and generosity. These are the 10 paramitas, very essential that Buddha explained. So that is a need to spread that kinds of knowledge to everyone.
Yeah, thank you. You want to answer? Yeah.
В России как раз недавно создан фонд содействия буддийскому образованию.
And actually, not very long ago in Russia, we've established the foundation that is aimed at which is aimed at promoting Buddhist education.
И тот международный буддийский бизнес-клуб, который мы создали, тоже, конечно, будет заниматься распространением буддийских ценностей.
And that International Buddhist Business Club that we've just established as well will also be spreading and propagating the Buddhist values.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah. So, if you have a question, I can give one more question if you have. One more question, please. Yeah, the last question here. Please give the speak mic. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, actually, the topic of this panel discussion is right livelihood, right? I was expecting the speaker to refer to Banijya Sutta of Digha Nikaya of Buddha, Anguttara Nikaya of Buddha, where Buddha actually prohibits 5 types of business. Okay? We cannot have a right livelihood, actually. We are engaged in 5 types of businesses, actually. That is weapon, human being, meat, poisons, and another one is
human trade. Intoxication.
Yes. Yes. So actually, if we want to promote actually Buddhist business, Buddhist economics, and Buddhist development, I think Buddhists should, refrain from these 5 types of business. Actually. And we have to actually make the world aware of these things. Nowadays, we see that billions, trillions of actually dollars are being spent in weapon production. So how can we expect peace? How can we expect harmony? Okay, so please, I request the leaders, Buddhist leader here actually, please promote Buddhist right livelihood. That means you have to refrain from doing business in these 5 types of things.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding and about the false livelihood. I think in the beginning we opened the topic about the right livelihood, and also that in the entrepreneurship, the spirit of creating wealth isn't exactly against the Buddhist value, but the method of making it. So this method consists, of course, of the false livelihood, as you just mentioned, determined. And that is the very principle of right livelihood, as we all know about that. I think that's what makes the difference, what Buddhist entrepreneurship is all about. So thank you for reminding and clarifying with the 5 answers. And do you want to answer, one of you, on this, please? Yeah, short one. Thank you.
I think the Buddha teaching, Samma Achiva, Venerable, you say, I always believe in Samma Achiva. I'm not going to do the business that killing the people, killing the animal, selling the alcohol or whiskey, But when I said that if we can drink, but we drink and not hurt anyone and not hurt yourself, this is okay, because we not drink until we drunk. You know what I mean? Sometimes in the business life, especially in China, I've been going to China more than 40, 50 times. It's like the tradition that, when we do the business for dinner, they can ganpei. You know what I mean? We know well ganpei. Even, we go to Bhutan, to, the very cold area, the mountain, you see, but we need to control yourself. This is very important. And when the level asking that, how can we stop all those business, selling the weapon? But the people today, because most of the country today is rely on the people. The leader rely on the people, right? So that's why when I mentioned that, how can we gonna give the knowledge to all those leaders and not complain the leader, because I feeling that those leaders can change, even the worst one. I would like to say one word. You see, King Asoka, I really respected him, but he is one of the great warriors that killed so many lives, in India. But later on, he found out that the weapon that he has is all the force. He cannot conquer the spirit of Indian people. So that's why I'm lucky that he's smart. He's sending Pathamatut 9 route, and route number 8, Pasona, Uttara, to Southeast Asia, Venerable. I'm so lucky that I have this great king. But this great king coming from the killing, warrior, just kill and kill, even their own family. You see, but he can be Arahant. This is something that I would like to say again, that everyone can change. Even me, I'm talking like a good man. One day I may be in jail. People, I can make a mistake, if I lost my mind. So that's why I'm thinking that the Dhamma is a chance, Venerable. So we need to keep expand. And again, when as a monk, I also as a monk, sometimes we learn Dhamma, but if you not practice Dhamma, you not change yourself. How can you change someone else? This is what I would like to give a tip at the end. Thanks again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all the esteemed scholars, entrepreneurs, and the panelists. Before we end this session, I will invite on stage Professor Ravindra Panchi, Director IBC, to come up on stage for summing up the session. He will be highlighting the main points of this deliberation, this session. Professor Ravindra Panchi.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. respected Venerable Sangha members, dignitaries, distinguished scholars, and my Dhamma friends. On behalf of the International Buddhist Confederation, I extend my deepest gratitude for enriching this gathering with sacred essence of Buddha Dhamma, setting a foundation of harmony and wisdom. Friends, we started in the morning with the inaugural session. We have been deeply blessed by illuminating words and the visionary guidance of Honorable Sri Gajendra Singh Ji Shekhawat, our Union Minister for Culture and Tourism, and the gracious insight of Honorable Sri Kiran Rijiju, Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Minority Affairs. Sir, your addresses have elevated this gathering with the aspiration of global harmony and cultural preservation. Heartfelt gratitude for inspiring us all towards collective action and peace. The first technical session, with exclusive conversation on collective wisdom and united voice for social harmony, masterfully demonstrated how diverse Buddhist voices converge for global peace and ethical progress. On behalf of the International Buddhist Confederation, our profound thanks to our Director General, Mr. Haldar, for his insightful moderation that unified our perspectives. Our thanks to the persons the excellencies who participated in this gathering. Mr. Morris Sangyapongsa from Thailand's Diplomatic Vision, Madam Noora Mrazan for Myanmar's heartfelt social, spiritual, and cultural devotion, Mr. Chanamin for Arunachal Pradesh embodiment for regional harmony, and Mr. Gambinov Ocherev Vladimir Kalmikia's resilient Buddhist spirit, and Padma Shri Venerable Thich Duc Thien for Vietnam's exemplary Sangha contribution to Buddha Dhamma. Then the second session started on the conservation of entrepreneurship and the right livelihood, Samma Ajiva. Venerable Grethrul Rinpoche, under your wise moderation, wove our diverse voices into the tapestry of collective wisdom, inspiring us all. Dr. Supachai Virachupong, thank you for sharing Thailand's entrepreneurial spirit rooted in Dhamma. Mr. Nguyen Xuan Truong, your vision for Vietnam's construction realm exemplifies the right livelihood in action. Madam Maria Asikanova, we appreciate your global perspective on ethical investment from Russia. Si Ying Chong, your innovative journey with Glins in Singapore shows how startup success aligns with the Buddhist values. All of the speakers emphasized on the Dhamma aspect, which is really the most important. At a place we find in Pali where it is said, what is the greatest wealth? Buddha says, Saddhi Davittang Purisassa Settang. The greatest wealth is one's respect for and the practice for Dhamma. No doubt that is something which we found in this interaction which took place. Friends, we are thankful to all the moderators and speakers for their valuable suggestions and making us remind about the Buddha Dhamma and its practice, which is so important. We look forward for convening tomorrow for another enriching round of presentation and discussion on the pivotal themes: scientific research integrating Buddhist mindfulness with neurosciences, education reforms rooted in Dhamma for holistic learning, and Sangha dynamics fostering resilient monastic communities. These sessions will explore how empirical studies validate meditation's neuroplastic benefits, curriculum innovations, blending ancient wisdom and modern pedagogy, and strategies for harmonious governance within the global Buddhist order. Friends, your continued participation will amplify our collective impact on these frontiers. Before we conclude, I would like to quote a verse from Dhammapad, which you can find in our event booklet, which is distributed to all of you, which says, Sukho buddhanumuppado sukha saddhamma desana sukha sanghassa samaggi samagganang taposukho. It says, happy is the rising of the Buddhas, happy is the teaching of the true Dhamma, happy is the harmony amongst the Sangha, happy is the devotion of those who live in harmony. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ravindra Panta, for summing up the day. Before we leave, I will request the Deputy Secretary General IBC, Daminda Podageji, to come on the stage and present mementos to the Excellencies and the panelists of this session. And after that, we will move for the tea. So please come, Deputy Secretary General IBC, Daminda Podageji, please. So first of all, we had a pleasure and honor of having His Excellency Getrul Jigme Rinpoche, President of the Riggon Thupten Mendoring Monastery, India, who moderated this session so beautifully, and it was so impressive, meaningful. So thank you very much for joining us and being part of. Hello. And we had also, as panelists in this session, speakers Dr. Supachai Verapuchang, entrepreneur from Thailand. Ms. Maria Aksenova, entrepreneur and investor from Russia. Mr. Xiao Ying Kong, who is co-founder of Glinta, Singapore. And in this session, we also had Mr. Bai Tong Thong, Trade Counselor, Head of Trade Officer from Embassy of Vietnam. So please come forward for a group photograph. All the panelists, please come forward. And in the meantime, I will like to inform you that after the tea, those guests who will be leading to their hotels, what is this? Respective hotels, they will those guests who are going to their respective hotels directly, they need to go to, from the gate number 1, near hall number 14. From this side, you will take exit after the tea, and downstairs you will get your respective buses for the respective hotels. So I will request all of you to, after the tea, you can proceed for from the gate number 1 near hall number 14 for your respective buses. Secondly, those guests who were using headsets are requested to just give it to our volunteers, and they will collect it from you. All the headsets will be collected from you. So I will request, आप लोग ले ले उसे, headsets को collect कर ले. So all the headsets will be collected from the guests by the volunteers, by the team of IBC. And now I will request all of you to please join us over a cup of tea. And tomorrow, second day of this Global Buddhist Summit, we will start our proceedings at 9 a.m. in the morning, but not in this hall, but hall number 1, Audi number 1, just near this hall. We will assemble there and we will start our proceedings of second day in the morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best for the future.